Director for the Town of Lake Cowichan. Welcome to today's proceedings. In the absence of Director Segal, who is absent at a conference but attending online, I have been charged with taking control of today's meeting. So at the beginning, I just ask that we be respectful in our input as we move forward with the business that we're about to conduct. At public input, I'm going to consider opening it up to 30 minutes. With the approval of my director body, we will extend it to 30 minutes. We will have a staff person at each podium here and in committee room 1 to cue the speakers. And I just ask that we be respectful in the way that we present and move forward, trying to get as many people as possible to have their input. And with that, I would like to recognize that the CVRD is on the unceded territory of the Coetson, Malahat, Subasset, Halant, Penelakut, Snaminas, Layaxon, Pakwachin, Dididot, and Pachidot nations, whose people have walked gently here for thousands of years. And also today, it's Earth Day and Administrative Professionals Day. So let's thank our administrative professionals for all the work that they do for us. And with that, I see my no problem. We are having technical difficulties as usual with the podium camera, but we will try to navigate as best we can. We're getting paperwork as we go through the meeting, so please bear with us. It is a fluid meeting and a heavy agenda, and we'll try to get through as much as we can. So I'm going to call the meeting to order, and with that, do I have a motion to extend public input to 30 minutes? Moved, seconded, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Thank you very much for that. Any introduction of late items? Mr. Robbins.
Sorry, Chair, just getting rid of the bugs in the systems here so we can proceed. I know that there have been a number of emails and conversations, and so, yeah, at this time before the adoption of the agenda, other than what staff have put before you in terms of correspondence from 12.3 to 12.17, if there are other additions to the agenda. Sorry, I should have introduced myself. Patrick Robbins, I'm the corporate officer and your parliamentarian today. And so you may want to ask if there's any other business to be added to the agenda, Chair.
I will turn to my fellow directors. Is there anything that you wish to add to the agenda? Director Acton.
Thank you, Chair. As circulated, I have a motion, and it is for a notice of motion or new business. Up to you.
Notice of motion pertaining to, if you can just state, I just want you to state what it's pertaining to, your notice of motion, what you're bringing forward in the future.
It's repeal for bylaw 4373.
So that's a notice of motion to be brought forward to the next board meeting to repeal bylaw 4373.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. So add that to your notice of motions, please. Anything further? With that, I'm looking for approval of the agenda. Moved, seconded, discussion. All in favor, please. Opposed to any? That motion carries. Mr. Robbins. Oh, I'm sorry, I have Director Wilson. I'll turn to him first.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I think just to make a clarification on item 461, I did see clarification on that, that the way it's written in the agenda, it's not been severed. It is still coming forward as was discussed at the original and approved at the original as a whole, and not as items 1, 2, and 3 within that particular one.
That is correct. That's just for formatting purposes for the agenda.
Thank you.
Mr. Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the board to item 4, the recommendation that the minutes of the regular meeting of March 25th, 2026 be adopted.
Someone like to move that? Moved and seconded. Any discussion on those? All in favor? Opposed, if any? The motion carries. Thank you. Next item.
There is no business from those minutes. We move you right into public input period.
So as I stated, we will be alternating between the podium and committee room 1 for speakers. Staff will queue you for your public input. Again, if we can be as brief as possible, that way we can get through as many as we want. So starting now, we'll start with the podium here, and then go to committee room 1. If you just state your name, after you push the microphone button on the bottom. Perfect.
Hello, I'm Matt from Area B, and thank you for coming together today. I sent this email out yesterday, but just in case, I'm going to repeat it. We look forward to all of you voting in favor of Ian Morrison's motion as originally written when accepted at the last meeting. If the motion is diluted, we will bring attention to that. It must be voted in its original state. That is the will of the people in here and out there. Regarding bylaw 4632, there has been no public engagement on this. This bylaw is not mandatory, neither is the CZB. The Valley is speaking loud and clear. If you are not willing to listen to us, then you have no right to be sitting at this table. We are not accepting bylaw 4632. This is not ethical or procedural to have it sitting at the adoption stage without public knowledge or engagement. For clarity, we have lost trust. Stop working against the Valley. For those of you who are willing to listen, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts, the Tuplin family, and the entire Riverside Road neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. If we go to committee room 1 for input in there, staff, not you, sir, we're going to the other room first.
If you could stay with your staff, I was in that room and they sent me here as the first speaker.
Perfect. Thanks for that. Clarity.
Permission to babble.
Carry on, sir.
Okay, directors and everybody, beautiful Earth Day. I got my green shorts on, not because they're a green color, but if we could take a minute, I don't agree with everything Mr. Bartlett says, but his wife is in very poor health, and if we could take a minute to remember that, and I wish her well. I just want to say that I, like Mr. Barber, are not really affected by any of these bylaws, as I live on ALR land, and the province doesn't have to listen to the drivel of lower governments. But I would like to see these 2 bylaws repealed. I wondered at the start of this whole procedure, before we got Modus blowing $1.5 million, how the harmonized OCP was going to work to lump everybody into the same group from the top of the Malahat to the back of our farm that borders on the RDN. So they spent all that time to get a harmonized OCP, which made it easier for CVRD staff, made it no easier for the actual taxpayers. I would suggest that with AI, the CVRD staff might be able to keep 9 separate OCPs and be able to look it up and know where the boundaries are. Then they went ahead with the modernized OCP, more money out the window. Up in our area, the Diamond, which is just north of Ladysmith, gets the water from Ladysmith. They threw an urban containment boundary or a ghost boundary around it. People that have 4 acres there, chickens, horses, whatever, all of a sudden there'll be 6 chickens and no roosters. the whole thing's ridiculous. I'd just like you to stop it now. Everybody that thinks it's a great idea should run with that for the election in October, and then see what the new people do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will cue into this room. Just state your name, please.
My name is Lynn Smith. I'm from Saltaire. So this is something that all directors at this table will be voting on today, and I'd like to bring it to your attention that the Water System Management Amendment Bylaw number 4719, the Saltaire Water System, this is a 58% user fee increase, and it is not justified. The CVRD board has increased the Saltaire Water System parcel tax since 2022 121%, and has collected approximately $1 million in extra taxation over 5 years. The Saltaire Water System surplus between 2023 and 2025 of $1 million is clearly overtaxation. This is equal to approximately $1,200 per parcel the board has authorized to be collected from Saltaire taxpayers, funds that could have helped buy food, etc., instead of sitting in the CVRD bank account. I ask that the board directors make a motion to not include the Saltaire Water System user fee increase in bylaw 4719 at this time, and refer it back to the CVRD staff to provide justification for this increase, along with the other increases in taxation over the past 4 years. I would like to continue with the comprehensive zoning bylaw. I stood before the electoral area directors at the MOCP public hearing to express my concerns about the removal of one of the 2 residential land use designations in the MOCP for Saltaire, along with a petition of 400 Saltaire residents. Removal of that one residential land use designation in the MOCP has had a huge impact on Saltaire residents and families, as it was the OCP residential land use designation that included agriculture on those parcels. Now the rubber has hit the road. With the comprehensive zoning bylaw, clearly more than 10% of Area G Saltaire families have been impacted starting in November with the MOC approval. It is unfortunate that you have to read 2 documents that do not reflect the Saltaire family's needs. Thank you.
Thank you for that. From Committee Room 1, we have another speaker. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Sherry Dodge. I live in Cobble Hill. First off, I would just like to say that due to our total lack of trust in the board, you no longer have a mandate to do anything for us. And we would like you to stop everything. Our trust was further diminished with 4632, which most of us didn't even know about till 2 weeks ago. And that is so invasive and so destructive, it's beyond belief. So please stop everything. No zoning bylaws, no 4632, no OCP. Just leave us alone. Stop. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Go to the podium, please.
Hey guys. Chair and Directors, my name is Clayton Frost and I live in Area E. I'm here to ask you not to adopt the Development Permit Guidelines Bylaw 4632 in its current form. Provincial law allows local governments to create development permit areas, but does not require them to. This is a choice being made by the CVRD. My second concern is duplication. In areas like riparian protection, there are already serious provincial processes in place. Bylaw 4632 adds another local layer on top of that. Staff describe this bylaw as improving clarity and efficiency, but many residents see it and read it very differently. They see broader discretion, more requirements, and less certainty to property owners. My concern is simple. When you add another regulatory layer, you add more process, more delay, and more cost for residents. At a time when public trust is already strained, this board should be exercising restraint and not expanding its reach. If the board believes bylaw 4632 is necessary, then it should slow down and make the case clearly to the public. If it cannot do that, then the responsible thing to do is to pause adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From Committee Room 1, welcome, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Roper. I stand here as a comrade in farms to oppose amended bylaw 4632. And I took this quote from what I believe to be the Local Governments Act BC. It is unnecessarily restrictive to current farming businesses. I also stand here in support of the pause, or possibly the possible throwing out of bylaw 4710, which needs to have huge changes made. How did the OCP planners decide who was rezoned? Planners from the big city who did not carry out due diligence. There was no muddy boots on the ground consultations. Interesting to read a thesis where the CVRD has been the case study, written by an employee of Modus. His thesis states there was little in-person consultation. This process has in its entirety produced an outcome that is detrimental to the valley, a complete misunderstanding of what sustainable small farming is or rural living. There is a misalignment between CVRD's highly paid planning staff and the massively pricey urban consultants Modus. It undermines the local economy and the entire character of the valley. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now to the committee room here. Board, not committee. My apologies. Welcome in.
Good morning. My name is Aileen Dugan. I have a farm here. We're fifth generation. We call it Dugan Homestead Farm. Sorry, I have a frog in my throat today. We have been farming this family since 1868. And the bylaws here are so restrictive and so opened in their statements that I'm looking at ditches that were dug by my great-grandfather as being something in this bylaw that could be redone, protected, taken back to natural. It puts a financial burden on every single farmer in this valley. When you're searching for food security, this does the exact opposite. Every 2 months, I put 22,000 birds into this valley to eat through Island Farmhouse Poultry. If this goes through, it means after 5 generations, I won't be able to continue. And this is, I expect, every farmer in the valley. We're here for food security. I'm not here because I think that this valley should have more zoning, heavier restrictions. I'm here to feed the valley. And I hope my next generation, my daughter, will have that opportunity to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think we're in committee input. Please, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Ashley Kozeries. I'm from Area B. I am a mother and a wife living in a tiny house on wheels for the last 5 years in Shawnigan Lake. There's always been a fear of coming forward and talking openly about living tiny. I know as of right now that it's not allowed, but I'm not afraid anymore because I know that this is the right thing to do. So I'm speaking on behalf of everybody who is still living in fear. The tiny house lifestyle is the future. It provides a solution to the housing crisis, and I do have some ideas. I understand that the BC Building Code is provincial and cannot be changed by the CVRD. I'm not asking for that to be altered. I'm asking the CVRD to use its authority over zoning and land use bylaws to create a legal pathway for tiny homes as a recognized housing option. Specifically, I'm asking the CVRD to consider, 1, amending zoning bylaws to list tiny homes as a permitted dwelling type in appropriate zones, such as rural residential or agricultural areas. 2, creating a tiny home or small dwelling overlay zone with clear standards. Or 3, adding supportive language to the OCP that recognizes tiny homes as a part of affordable and sustainable housing solutions. These changes do fall within the CVRD's control and would allow residents to pursue tiny homes legally while still meeting provincial safety requirements and providing housing security. Last week, we also heard from some directors that they feel like they haven't heard enough from the community, that they've received thousands of emails all saying the same thing. Although those emails may feel repetitive, I think it's important to understand that people don't have time to sit and write out their life story. Each one holds the same worth, whether it's copy and pasted or not. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are we in here now? I've lost track. Thank you.
Asquale, good morning, Directors and Chair. My name is Kim Bernard. I'm from the unceded territory in Shawinigan Lake, Area B. I'm here with gratitude for our delegations today. I'm absolutely delighted by the work that they're doing for our youth. We, the people, are non-conforming. We are here on behalf of the next 7 generations, including our youth, which deserve free expression. They deserve to be supported. And most of all, people are clever. They are creative. They find ways to exist and live together as good neighbors, and we want to celebrate that in the Cowichan Valley. We don't want to punish that, penalize that, or turn neighbors against one another with all of these prescriptive regulations. So I understand that staff have done an enormous job putting all this together, but we do ask, please slow down, stop, make the policies for the people, not the people squished into cookie cutter policies. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Committee room input, thank you. Welcome in.
Good morning, Christy Davis, Area A. For all the reasons presented today, and many more still yet unspoken, CVRD, we, the tax-paying citizens of the Cowichan Valley, are issuing to you this official stop work order on the anti-community master plan called the OPC and its accompanying bylaws, designed for the overreach and intrusive micromanagement of our properties and our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the committee room here. Welcome, sir.
Hi, my name is Alex Johnson. I got a little far over by West Home. I come here today looking for a little bit of clarification from the members here. I understand that some of the complaints that people have been bringing up and so forth, they're worried about their chickens and their fences and the rest of the zoning. But I understand as well that some of the things that the people are complaining about are already on the books. Like, it's become a matter of an enforcement issue. It's not a matter of we're changing the laws and the bylaws. Some of those things that the people are complaining about have been there for years, right? But they weren't strictly enforced, right? My curiosity goes to is how do we separate that from what it is that you're actually changing in this new bylaw, as opposed to what has always been there, but you haven't done a damn thing about it because you weren't able to enforce it, right? In my life, I've experienced twice where the municipality decided in their infinite wisdom to amalgamate with the local community and separate from township to city. There was a strict area like Duncan is the city, and the township is all the outlying areas that are farming. As soon as that transition was made, immediately developers moved in and started to destroy the area. Right, and I say destroy. I mean, others say it's progress, right? But I say it's destroy when you pave over top of it and that farm is not gone, right? That farm is not going to come back again, ever, right? It's going to stay that way, and the development will continue, because now the excuse will be that we've already got a subdivision there. Well, let's put it beside that subdivision and continue the expansion out and out until there's nothing left, right? That's my fear. But my curiosity goes to is, what is different? What is it that clearly that you people are putting into this new bylaw that's got everybody freaked out, right? that is, that is going to be different. I mean, I get the enforcement part. You're raising the fines, and you're raising them up to a reasonable level that you can scare the shit out of people when they go and they come in, and they go and they don't do what the bylaw enforcer did. I understand you have to pay the staff, and you have to pay more bylaw individuals, right? Those fines would probably justify that. Or raising our taxes, which none of us wants raising our taxes, right? But what is it exactly that you're doing here? There's lots of confusion. You hear all sorts of stories from people. It's like the telephone game. I tell you a story, you tell him a story, she tells her a story. By the time it gets to there, we're off to space. We don't know what the original story was all about. Is there any way that you people can get together and present to the public, to your voters, to the electorate people out there, what is it exactly? You're changing this rule to this rule. You're changing the enforcement from a $100 fine to a $50,000 fine. Now, that might put you in a bad light because you voted on this and put it, but isn't it fair to the public, to the voters, to understand exactly what they're talking about without all the rumors and all the what-ifs? The confusion creates more problems than the clarification of it. If you could clarify to the people, maybe they would settle down a bit, maybe they would understand better. They might still come at you and go and say, hey, we don't want this. But at least you know where you're starting. You got a starting point. We don't have a starting point. Everybody's talking about different rumors. They got, nobody knows exactly what is changing. Thanks.
Thank you for that. From the committee room, welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Board. My name is Rachel Sansom, and I'd like to speak to Agenda Item 19.2 regarding temporary use permits. I respectfully request that the Board proceed with the temporary use permit components of 4362, as any further delays in this bylaw might have adverse effects on local businesses that are on standby, waiting to make applications for these temporary permits. Applicants have already invested significant funds on the various consultants to support their applications, specifically the Area E application referenced in the report, and waiting until after the election to consider TUPs might be detrimental to their businesses. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. From the committee room, welcome, sir.
Morning, Dave Jackson from North Cowichan. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I think we all understand that change is necessary to evolve, but the order of magnitude of the changes that are being discussed and forced through right now is absolutely excessive. The best public policy are always those which are implemented in an incremental manner. The proposed changes have caused stress, frustration, and anger for most people in the valley. These are not appropriate. The changes that are being considered are definitely not appropriate for the valley. And they're, as the last speaker just said, they're definitely not well understood. And they definitely haven't been well communicated, despite comments to the contrary. This is very troubling for young people that are busy working. When we look around the demographics, there's the odd young person here, but most of us have got our life situations sorted out. But young people are very, very afraid about what these changes will do to their future in the Cowichan Valley. They don't want to leave, but they're talking about leaving. I hear it all the time. Sadly, this table has lost the confidence of any further actions to push these bylaws further forward or continue to work on them. Any words spoken after today's vote will be meaningless and hollow. The best course of action, I feel, is to cancel the Modus contract for cause, stop all work in these bylaws until after the election, and let the new cast of directors decide. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Over in the committee room, welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Chair, board members, honored guests, residents. Thank you so much for everyone for their hard work. My name is Gilles. I'm from Cobble Hill, and I really would like everyone to know that I'm not retired. I can't attend these all on a regular basis. I've taken time off work so that I can come here because I'm concerned. We elected all of you, and we've made choices to hire hopefully responsible people to represent the best interest of this community, of this valley. And it appears to me as though there's a blatant disregard to global events, and there's a laser focus on controlling the residents and herding them into a direction that makes it easier for you and not necessarily easier for everyone. Right now, we have to, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, if someone's heard this before, right now we have to look at global events. We have to look at the potential for lack of fertilizer. We have to look at the wars that are happening. We have to look at what's happening here. This board was created in 1964, and it's been getting more and more restrictive ever since. And this island was founded on fisheries. That's pretty much gone by the wayside. Logging and forestry, that's dying a death of 1,000 cuts. We have a pulp and paper mill. The next newspaper you read will probably be paper that's coming from China. We have agriculture here in this valley. And once we put restrictions on it to the point where you can't build or do anything 100 feet from or 1,000 feet from a ditch, or we can't do anything and we herd everyone into these boundaries, what are we going to do then? How are we going to sustain everyone? Where are we going to find the funds to manage this economy? We have to stop and think. We elected you to represent us for the betterment of this community, and not necessarily to control everything that goes on. You're in a position where you have to be careful as to what you do and what you say, so that we can all move forward progressively and not fall away from those values. A lot of what's happened in this valley has been the heart and soul of everyone that has come before us, so that we can actually have something for the hearts and souls of everyone that will follow in our footsteps. And if we lose sight of that, then we lose sight of everything. We may as well all just take our house keys, toss them on the floor, because nothing will have value.
Thank you, sir.
And I want to thank you so much for your time and for listening.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Wonderful day.
We got 5 minutes left, so if we can keep it brief, we can get through a few more speakers.
My name is Savannah Wright from Area B. I just wanted a little something on the gentleman before me. A lot of these things may have been passed through from our current bylaws, but that doesn't make it any less alarming that they are currently in place. So I just want to make it really clear that the numbers you see this morning, which are large, I don't know if you guys have seen what's happening outside, but there's a huge crowd out there, are just a fraction of the people in this valley who have 100% opposed what is happening at the CVRD as of late. Many are unable to attend meetings for various reasons. Last week, it was brought up by a speaker that comments regarding how hard staff have worked on this have been repeated many times. The speaker took a moment to remind everyone that it is actually the job of the staff, and they get paid very well to do their job. It is also your job as directors to represent our voices at this table. Last week, the chair commented back that there is also a third pillar to all of this, and that it is also our job to participate and be engaged, and that he was glad to see that we are doing so. But let me just follow up on that briefly. Although I do agree that it is our jobs as residents to pay attention and be in the know and vote accordingly, it is not actually our job to babysit this board and spend every free moment we have dissecting and micromanaging what happens here. We have representatives for a reason. We voted you in because we felt you were all the best option at the time to carry our voice forward and our values. And we voted accordingly. And we expect you to vote accordingly. We no longer feel this way. If today you don't vote with the people, I worry that all hell will break loose. There have been people, groups, delegations, etc., that have been sounding the alarm with the direction that the CVRD has been going for years. And to pretend that this isn't the case is shocking and shameful. We are here today with the crowd inside and on the streets, with people freaking out online, scrambling to feel like they have some say, some control in this matter. It didn't have to get this far, and the fact that it has is the clearest example of how you have all failed. We are more than watching at this point. We are on the edge of our seats, and how this moves forward really depends on how you all vote today. Vote wisely. This is your community that you must continue to show your face in, do business in, and sell eggs in. Vote no to passing bylaw 4632 and for in favor to pass Mr. Morrison's motion. Thank you.
I think we have room for one more speaker, Mr. Robbins.
The will of the board, there are a number of people that are queuing to speak.
We will after this speaker if it's the will of the body. I'll let you go first, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. My name is Raylan Yeen. I live on Cowichan Lake Road. And I just wanted to say that thank you for having my word in here. Our valley has been so...
It's okay.
The community here is the reason why we stayed. It's the reason why our families have stayed. This feels like a turning point for our island. For 100 years, we've been farming, we've been operating as a community together, we help each other, we work together. I understand that there is pressure from people that we don't even know about. But I think that it's important that we slow down so that everybody has a chance to know what's going on. And I just need you to know that we stand strong together.
Thank you for that. If you could just give me a moment, sir. I'm going to just give me a moment and then look to the board to extend the public input. Moved, seconded. All in favor? Carry on, sir. Please.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm in favor of letting this continue, but I wonder, out of respect for the delegation, whether we could slip them in soon and continue with public input after the delegations have spoken.
Well, I think we should continue with public input until we're finished. Sir, but thank you.
Thank you. Chair and directors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just have one clarifying. Am I allowed to ask you a question to be answered?
No, that is at the end of the agenda, sir.
Okay, just checking on that. Okay, my name is Ernie Von Boven. I farm on Mountain Road in electoral area E. And I'm here specifically about bylaw 4632 and the one legal test that determines whether it can be adopted without a public hearing. I have a fair bit of dirt under my fingernails, but I can read fairly well, and I like to think logically. Section 464 of the Local Government Act, subsection 1 says, a local government must not adopt a zoning bylaw without a public hearing. Subsection 2 provides one exception. A public hearing may be waived, but only if the bylaw is consistent with the official community plan. Now, consistent is the key word. And just two examples of why bylaw 4632 is not consistent with OCP bylaw 4373. First, the term intensive residential. Your own staff report admits, and I quote, the OCP does not define this term. Yet, bylaw 4632 creates a detailed definition and uses it to trigger new permit requirements under DPA 9. A bylaw cannot be consistent with the OCP while relying on definitions the OCP does not contain. Second, the redefinition of stream. When the OCP designated DPA 1 for riparian protection, stream meant what the riparian areas protection regulation defined, water courses with fish habitat. Bylaw 4632 replaces it. Stream now means any watercourse, spring, wetland, or connected ditch, whether or not, this is quoting, whether or not usually containing water, and, quote, whether or not it has been modified. A seasonal drainage ditch that has never held a fish is now a stream. And the consequences come that every property within 30 meters now falls inside DPA 1. Not because the OCP changed, but because a definition was rewritten. And time falls short to cover other inconsistencies. I want to respect the time. But that should be sufficient even to recognize that both of these fail the consistency test in section 464. And when a bylaw is not consistent with the OCP, a public hearing is mandatory, and staff recommended none to you. And I respectfully ask this board to pause bylaw 4632 and provide one. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
Jennifer Semper, Area F. The core mandate, one of the core mandates of the CVRD, of each one of you human beings, is collaborative governance. Collaborative, work together. One of the most challenging things for all of us humans is relationships. I invite you to consider relating to the people who have spoken and many more who have not.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we're in here now, sir.
Good morning. My name is Michael King St. Clair. I live in Mill Bay, Area A, and I am asking this question on behalf of my friend Jane Barton Grieg, who could not be here today. She is down east. And it has to do with stopping the intense micromanagement of short-term rentals. The people that participate and that come here to the valley, they shop in our stores. We're supposed to shop local and support Canadian. They're doing all those things. And stopping the intense micromanagement of short-term rentals generates jobs, and it also helps sustain our valley and promotes our valley. So the question is, if under the TUP, the temporary use permit, 6 years is all the SRT will end. So the question is, what provision will there be to allow short-term rentals beyond 6 years?
Unfortunately, this is not question period. If you want to email that question to Legislative Services, we won't get an answer to you, or you can wait till the end of the agenda if you have that much patience to ask the question. But I would suggest that you email to Legislative Services to provide an answer on that question.
All right, I shall do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are we in committee room next? Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Hi, everyone. My name's Kyle Cheveldayoff. I'm from Area B. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the chair, I address all electoral area directors, CVRD staff, and anyone involved in today's agenda. Last Friday, I emailed the Minister of Housing, Christine Boyle, requesting a 15-minute meeting with her this weekend while she's in Victoria for the annual AVICC conference. I have not received a response yet, and I'm sure she's busy, so I would like to ask that the directors reach out to her directly regarding my email that is time-sensitive and very important in nature. Also, please ask her to watch today's speeches to hear our voices directly. I believe I speak for the majority of people in these two rooms, and please let me know if I'm correct when I say, we the people demand that all of you stop work on Bylaw 4632, Bylaw 4710, regional planning, function activities, and regional growth strategies, and reflect that in your voting today. Those city resources can be put to better use and assist us during this housing crisis with more urgent matters, like collaborating with Electoral Director Leanne Salter in the Regional District of Nanaimo, who has submitted a proposal to the UBCM 2 years in a row to allow tiny homes, RVs, and park models to be permanent residences and help with our current housing crisis. Please know that last night we sent out a survey on this topic over Facebook, and we look forward to briefing you in the future, and hopefully the Minister of Housing on this data. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I believe we're back in committee room. Or here. In the boardroom, should there be any other speakers? There we are. Welcome, sir.
Good morning.
name is Chris Shaw, Shawnigan Lake. And what I've heard over and over again, and I thought some of you would get it last week when you heard a number of people say, stop, we don't trust you. You've blown the trust of the community to a large measure. Some of you clearly understood that. And yet here we are talking about water. And another bylaw. I shouldn't have to explain how democracy is supposed to work to a bunch of elected officials. Democracy starts with the people, and that's us. And you've heard it over and over again. Stop. It starts with us. You are hired by us. I'm sorry, but you're the staff. Your staff are over there. You are our staff. We elect you. You should listen to us, and you're not doing it. How many times is it a language issue? Is it a philosophy issue? What is going on here? You're not listening to the people of this valley. You are passing endless bylaws. And one of the other aspects of democracy is you are delegated authority. You don't seize it and take it and do what you want with it. And you're doing that. Stop it. The time comes, stop it. A new board will come in October 17th is going to be the great waking up morning. You've kicked a hornet's nest, you're going to see the consequences. And some of us will be sitting in your chairs on October 18th. So again, if you want your jobs, if you want to have peace in this valley, if you want us all to work together in this valley that we love, stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Kim Horsey. I'm from Area G. I'm here in support of what I believe everybody else has said. I've been standing outside since about 10 after 9, waiting to get in. There's a crowd of an unbelievable amount of people. And we've all banded together, which is great to see. I'm here to say that I'd like bylaw 4710 to be stopped, canceled, no more. Bylaw 4632, the same. I feel the MOCP needs to be repealed because, as I said in the last meeting, I didn't oppose it because, quite frankly, I didn't understand the implications that I am understanding now. 800 pages, and I'm not a dumb person, but the mental capacity you have to understand 800 pages is phenomenal. The system is broken. You've lost our trust. I'd like to think that our community can band together and be as one, and that's what I'd like to see going forward. Listen to the public and just stop, please. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are we in the room again? Welcome, sir.
Hi, everybody. My name is Josh Crawford. I'm born and raised Cowichan Valley. My dad actually sat on the agricultural board for many, many years. And without getting too emotional, he would be absolutely losing his mind. He fought his entire life for farming and food security on Vancouver Island. We were a part of the emergency preparedness program for BC. We sat on many of these meeting boards over the years. We sat with many provincial boards and actually looked at how does Vancouver Island, let alone the Cowichan Valley, who should be the breadbasket of the entire province, that what we can grow on our small parcels and stuff, and the amount of dedication and stewardship that our farming community has laid forward in environmental protection, in food enhancement. But we are not taking into account this preparedness. Like, if something happens to us, earthquake, war, we have literally 3 days of food supply if we don't grow our own food. 3 days. That's the supply that we have on Vancouver Island. For nearly, how many people on Vancouver Island? 800-kilometer long island. Nothing is going to be running. So we have to encourage farming. We have to encourage small homes. We have to encourage these farms where these young people want to learn, they want to grow, they want to actually support their community. As a commercial chicken farmer for many years, I was very proud with the 22,000 chickens that this lady said before us. Every single chicken feeds a family every night. That's the food that we as farmers are wanting to help support you, your families, your loved ones, your extension. And when we start putting these restrictions, we're losing this. We are not urban Vancouver. We are the Cowichan Valley, we are Vancouver Island, and we are unique. And please, I am begging you all, This is a chance where you guys can actually make change, and we can go back and we can actually build our systems stronger, and we can be the case study. Not the case study of changing us from rural living, but the case study to say, this is how we can adapt, and this is how we can be better, and we can actually come together. So I see this as a beautiful opportunity for all of us to come together and actually use the insights and use it, not just reading from a planning textbook and saying this is the model that we need to come because it's being pushed down from above. And we can talk about all of these outside pressures. We can choose here and now. And every single one of you has that opportunity. And for me, I have faith still. I have faith in every single one of you that can actually stand and listen to all these amazing people. Otherwise, things are not going to go well. And that is the part that scares me. When people are hungry and scared, they make really bad decisions. We can avoid this. We can actually come together and actually be the community that this Cowichan Valley can be and should be.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Committee room, welcome, ma'am.
So I would like to know how...
Just state your name if you don't mind, please.
Area B. I'm just curious how you protect rural property and agricultural land by limiting chickens and fence heights, and like how you can protect ALR land without all this nitpicking, controlling aspect of the OCP and the bylaws. Everything's combined in one. They come together. So the bylaws, like, how does this have anything to do with protecting ALR, which is what I just heard, why we need this? That's just a comment. I have no eloquent speech. I just was a little annoyed to hear that.
That was eloquent enough, ma'am. Thank you for that. In the boardroom again? No, it's an exit. Do we have a speaker in here? There we go.
Went to the washroom.
Okay.
I'm Ruth, I'm from Area E, and at every one of these meetings, I've heard someone come up, except for today, to say, where did all this come from? Well, I think a lot of us have spoken to this before, but I'll remind you, CVRD is a member of ICLEI. ICLEI is Local Governments for Sustainability. It's a global network driving sustainable urban development, climate action, and resilience across over 2,500 communities globally. The Transition Network, ushered in through cooperation from other groups in the community in 2019, the climate crisis, climate emergency. All OCP and subsequent bylaws were written through these lenses. In spite of what we've been told, this was not a locally created plan. I'd like to speak to 4632 on a personal level. I live in Cowichan Station on what was formerly a farm, and there's pictures in the archives to show exactly my land. Your officers in the past, and I'm not sure who would have been responsible, but it looks like we'll be able to be going back to the past if this bylaw is brought in, allowed a neighbor that built a house above mine to take his surface drainage, route it around the corner in front of the house next door to him on the opposite side of the street from my property, under his driveway and above to an open ditch, around the corner within a yard and a half of my neighbor's property, the corner of their house, I mean, not just the property, the corner of their house, under their driveway, open ditch again, under that road, and dumped it onto my property. This person that allowed this to happen created a swamp on my land that was formerly farmed and dry and farmable. So if this goes through, I'll definitely be looking for remedy from CVRD to restore my land and possibly that ditch too that now has got status of a stream, which looks like it's going to be quite expensive and complicated. I couldn't fight it before because I just didn't have the means to go to court because it was wrong and everybody knew it. Everybody on my street said, how was that allowed to happen? But good, now I'll be allowed under this new bylaw if it goes through to get remedy. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I think we're in the committee room next. We have another speaker from the committee room. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Shelley Henry and I'm from Area B. And I would just like to say that this has created quite the ordeal in our community, and you're pulling our community apart instead of bringing us together. So please, find it in your heart to do the right thing and stop all this nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Back into the boardroom.
Somebody hasn't spoken, otherwise I do have a little bit more to say. You still have quite a few? Okay, that's fine.
Still quite a few. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. My name's Waldo de Groot from Cobble Hill. Our concern is that this is creating a lot of stress in the community. It's also, especially 4632 on top of 3710, I think it is. It's creating uncertainty as to property zoning, property values, and it's just sowing so much stress in the community, and I think this needs to be stopped, and the whole process needs to be opened up to a referendum without a few making decisions on behalf of the many. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Here we go, ma'am. Here we come. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's David Pink. I live in Area E. I just have one question. There's a lot more people here than normal, but after all we've gone through, and all the meetings we've had, and all the feedback you've got, do you really feel that you still have a mandate to do anything or enact anything in this community before the next election? That is a serious question because you have a serious problem. We have a business that operates from Yellow Point to the Malahat. It's an irrigation business, and I'm starting up people all over this community. And the interesting thing is, I talk to all my customers. I'm there 2 or 3 times a year, depending on what they need. And this year going, every single person that's home only wants to talk about one thing. What's happening in this boardroom on behalf of this community? And I've been going to lots of these people for 15, 18, 19 years, and they don't really ever want to talk about much of anything. But they want to talk about this. They're informed and engaged. And in the old days of marketing, before the internet came along, a comment, a letter, a phone call of congratulatory, you did a good job, or somebody complaining because they didn't like what happened. In the old days, every person that happened with, that was considered 100 people. That's the way the marketing world runs. So you've had thousands and thousands and thousands of people who've emailed, phoned, whatever, to here, to the individual directors' places, and if you added even the 10 instead of 100 to that, you're getting pretty close to the whole population of the Cowichan Valley Regional District. That is a serious issue that people need to be addressing. No more bylaws, no more passing anything until you get a clear mandate on the next election as to whether you have the right to do that or not. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that. All right, Rebecca and Amanda. Thank you, staff, for all your support during this time. Appreciate it. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Kirsten K. Witt. I lived in Area C, Cobble Hill, for 24 years. I am self-employed. I run a small business on my little farm. I've done pony parties, riding lessons. I have a partner who lives in a trailer. I have epilepsy, so because he lives in a trailer, I can still live on the property, and he keeps me safe. Thank goodness he's there. My family and all my friends are very thankful he lives there. There's also a sea can on my property, and keep all our stuff there. I know. Some of my neighbors don't mind that it's there because it's hidden away and it's not ugly. I also am a very big part of the tourism business because a lot of people come to my property and we do little farm visits, and I encourage them to go to the neighboring wineries and B&Bs, and everybody knows about me and my area. One of my statements is I know that Modus is up for no longer going to be, what I was going to say is no longer employed by the CVRD as of June, I've heard, and I think that that should be definitely put through, that we no longer employ Modus. Hear, hear. We don't want them. We never wanted to employ them, so please get rid of Modus. That was my one statement. And the other question that I have for all the directors is, when did you guys know about these bylaws? Because we heard that you had just found out about them on the 26th, but then we also found out that they've been being worked on for about 8 years. So what was the truth? And that was a question I had for all the directors. Would anybody like to answer that?
This is not the time for questions, ma'am. As previous speaker.
So just a statement?
Just
statements. I'm not
questions on the agenda. But if you wish to email that question.
Oh, I have.
Legislative Services.
I have, haven't I, Kate?
It will be sent around.
She is? Oh, she's not here.
She's online.
She's online. Where is she? I can't see her.
She's online.
Oh. She's not here, though. I can't see her. That's weird. Okay. Anyways, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that.
Oh, sorry. No, maybe the gentleman. Oh, that's weird.
Welcome, sir.
Hi, my name's Gordon. I'm from Area B. And when I was born in February, then I came to the lake after that 66 years ago. And now they want to, you're not allowed to sunbathe on your dock or have people over and have barbecues. And they said it was only for mooring a boat. So that's really annoying for me. So that's what I'd like to say. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Anyone further? Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, Karen Gillis here. I am from Cobble Hill now, and that is Area C. And thank you for listening to all of us. I know you're all reasonable people, and I certainly know you're all convinced at this point. I came out here in 1993. I cycled across Canada from Nova Scotia. I was very motivated. I saw the Cowichan Valley and went, wow, I want to stay here. So I got job after job. I stayed here. And my husband and I eventually, when I got married, had kids, we built houses in the CVRD until they made too many rules. At one point during one house, they screwed up. I sued them. I won against the CVRD. Then, in about 2015, 2016, my husband and I bought as many bankruptcies in the Cowichan Valley as we could because we actually saw the need for a housing opportunity. I, at one point, had 19 rentals at one point, whether it be my boat in Cowichan Bay. I rented it out. I had a bus. I had a Winnebago. I still have a Winnebago. And I rented out to many people over the years. And then the rules from the CVRD once again got complicated. So we downsized. 4710 and 4632 need to go. And the OCP needs to be repealed. And if we don't have your vote today, there will be a class action lawsuit. So stop. I'm asking you all to stop. Y'all look like reasonable people, and we will all see you out in the community and hopefully have a smile on our faces, both of us. And my hay guy, because I get hay, I have many animals, I have a little hobby farm that I bought, a bankruptcy, and he thanked me for being here. I retired at 47 because of the Cowichan Valley and all the opportunities that I saw here. This was a great place to live back in the day. It's seemingly more and more difficult to get by. I understand. I'm fortunate, yes, to have retired early. But you guys need to stop this. We need to be happy. And as you all know, happy people make happy lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Morning, Duncan. Anyone has any wonder about how democracy works, look around you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to turn to my directors. Would you like to carry on, or what is your pleasure? We have a heavy agenda. I think we've heard considerable input not only today, but at the special EASC meeting that we will all consider as we move forward. Shall we discontinue public input?
I was gonna ask how many more people are there that would like to speak. Can staff let us know?
Can staff let us know how many more speakers currently? We have 2 in here. 2 here? Okay, let's carry on with what we have.
I would move that we listen to these final 3 remaining.
So final 3 speakers, and then we'll move through our agenda. Okay, all in favor? Opposed, if any? So the final 3 speakers, we have 2 in here.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Welcome, ma'am.
Monica Cordson from Section C. I suppose I'm just going to reiterate what's being said outside. No to 4632. Rescind any OCP that is toxic in nature and really upsetting your electorates, the folks that gave you a mandate. And I would really encourage you to perhaps gather all the other folks within the province to speak to the Premier about Bill 44, which seems to be putting a lot of you folks in a very bad position with your people in the community. It doesn't make sense. It's very problematic, and it's toxic, and it's not democratic. And I think it could be legally challenged in some places because it's really in violation of charter rights in a lot of cases. So let's all work together. Keep things positive, productive, progress is good, developers are good in the right place, on the right lands. Let farmers farm, let people tell you what their needs are, and respect that. And this is very, very unfortunate. We don't need this kind of toxicity in our community or in the province or in the country. There's enough of it going on. So please, let's be civilized and listen to democratic rule and listen to folks what they're trying to tell you. And please, please respect that.
Thank you, ma'am. Final 2 speakers. Just the one now? Welcome again, sir.
Chair, Directors, Ernie Van Boven again, Electoral Area E. We actually love you guys. We love our community.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am sure. I actually do. And I've always been taught to not put in, judge someone that they're doing something malicious rather than just ignorance or maybe we just don't have the skills or whatever. But I'm sorry, that sounds degrading. I don't mean it to be that way. I'm ignorant of many things too. But it's regrettable that it has come to this. And I've been informed actually that a document, a legal record, is actually being built against OCP bylaw 4373 itself, with 19 findings of procedural failure. And every day it remains in force, it causes real harm to property owners, farmers like myself, and families across the 9 electoral areas. And so the OCP needs to be rescinded. Now I give you 2 examples of inconsistency with the OCP in the proposed bylaw 4632. But there are more. This is pretty short. I'll keep under the 3 minutes, I hope. First, exemptions that have protected property owners for years are being stripped away. DPA 1, riparian protection, this is an example. The lot line adjustments exemption was removed. Property owners who could previously adjust a lot line without a permit now need one. DPA 8, protection of farming, the alteration of land exemption narrowed. Now, only work more than 15 meters from the ALR boundary is exempt. Farmers doing routine work near ALR land now need a development permit. My dad's been farming here since, he's dead now, but, since the 60s, and that's just ridiculous. DPA 9, form and character, the alteration of land exemption gutted. Replaced, and this is where there's inconsistency again between 4632 and the OCP. It's replaced with only gardening and yard maintenance. Any other land work now requires a permit, and the TUP works exemption is removed entirely. These exemptions were in bylaw 4485, which implemented the OCP. Removing them changes what the OCP authorized. These changes are in the 4632. Second, new enforcement powers that appear nowhere in the OCP. There's bylaw 4632 creates a condition, an impact assessment report, and new guidelines, which is RP 18, 19, and 20, giving the CVRD power to order demolition of structures in stream-side protection areas and to mandate stream daylighting. And this is connected to the riparian changes in what is called a stream even. The OCP does not describe these powers. The community was never consulted on them. Now, I talked to my representative about this, and she said that they are in line with it. It just needs some tweaking. But every one of these changes means more permits, more fees, more control over what people can do on their own land. But just as egregious and more imminently today, they render bylaw 4632 inconsistent with the OCP, and hence section 464, which overrides over this, requires a public hearing before adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. We did go over your 3 minutes, but that's fine. I'll give you one of mine. With that, I believe that concludes our public input. Sarah, you had something else?
One last thing, if there was...
Just come to the microphone so it is, everybody can...
One last thing, it might conclude with some levity, but if anybody is wondering why there's so much stress in the community, I wanted to say, why don't we propose an idea that every day these two bylaws go over, that every director and every staff member get a $50,000 per day fine.
That is a little bit of levity, but unfortunately, those are only for extreme cases that go to the Supreme Court. That has nothing to do with the CVRD bylaws. But with that, I want to thank each and every one of you for presenting in a really respectful manner. I'm glad that we can come together and disagree respectfully, or agree to disagree respectfully. We all come to this table with the best intentions, and we don't get it right all the time. As a municipal director, me and my colleagues do not have input on land matters within electoral area services, but we are getting the emails on the string. What really troubles me is the social media contact and the toxicity and malicious approach towards our female directors. I find that absolutely disrespectful. And if that continues, you will not have good people putting their names forward. So with that, I thank you for a respectful aspect of this process. I'm going to stand up and stretch my legs, but again, appreciate all your input. Thank you very much. We apologize to our delegations. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Come back.
could just have some quiet in the room, please? Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'll calm my voice down now. Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As we continue the business of today's agenda, just be reminded that that business belongs at this table with the directors who have been elected. We appreciate your input and public input, and we look forward to coming together in a respectful manner moving forward. With that, I will turn to Mr. Robbins. I almost demoted you to a director. To carry on with our agenda, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's a pleasure to welcome a couple of delegations, one from our Cowichan and one from the Cowichan Valley Youth. They're the same people, as it turns out, as well.
So maybe in the next presentation you can just move spots. With that, if you want to push the microphone, please, and then just introduce yourselves so I don't butcher your names.
Thanks. I'm Denise Williams. I've been a long-time co-chair of our Cowichan Community Health Network. We're here to present our survey that we've been working on, our Health, Our Community Wellness Survey, and present our website that will showcase all of the results.
Good morning, Eidsquale. My name is Cindy Luce, and I'm the regional facilitator for our Cowichan Communities Health Network. And yes, I will be doing a second presentation, so you get me twice today.
Shall we have a musical interlude? I'm sorry.
This was working a moment ago, so.
I believe you.
As we're getting that ready, I'll start the speech.
Please do.
So we're here to present the website from our Health, Our Communities survey. The survey was a partnership with Island Health, and because our Cowichan Community Health Network is connected so well in the community and partnered with so many organizations, Island Health wanted to do a pilot project with us, and on the heels of other projects in the province, this is the first health survey that has gone to the extent that we did in making sure that we went to every part of the community and got results from as many people as we could.
This is kind of weird doing this without a presentation in front of us, but this survey is one that
is unique in that you're familiar with census data, you're familiar with the local health area data, and even the SPEAK survey that was done. And so those surveys you could access anywhere, anytime. This survey is unique in that working with so many diverse community partners, there's information that we can't always access, and there are questions that our community partners have in health, local government, and community services that that you can't go online and research or access easily. And so what we did with this project is we brought together community partners from across the region and asked them, what do you want to know about Cowichan that would make a difference for your organization, for your planning, and for the community? Anything else you want while we're waiting?
We'll go through it once we get it up if we can.
I must say that the information provided helps considerably in planning in municipalities and electoral areas when we look at diversifying our funds, our limited funds, into aspects within the health aspects that you talk about within that. I've seen the website, so I'm not going to give away unless you want me to.
You can go.
No, I'm not going to give the story away.
And maybe we can go in just right directly into the website here if we can get that on. Yes, and so within the website, so we ask ourselves what is important to us as individuals, what is important to us as community organizations, and then what is important to us as local governments and service providers. And actually within the website you can go in and it identifies key aspects of this survey that have value to you. One of the ones that I know, and I'll just to save time here, there were a lot of questions following the heat dome. So in 2021, the province of British Columbia experienced a heat dome, and over 616 people died within a matter of 3 days in the province of British Columbia. One of the questions that came forward through our local governments is, how prepared are we in community for incidences such as a heat dome? How many of our houses have air conditioning or heat pumps that can reduce the impact of something such as a heat dome? And so there's no other place where you can ask that question. The survey was one of the places where we were able to do that. And so within the website, you can actually go and find Cowichan Valley North, Cowichan Valley West, Cowichan Valley South, that includes Duncan and the southern areas, and then the CVRD as a whole, how prepared we are for something such as a potential heat dome in the future.
And I think it helps in our advocacy approach to senior levels of government when we have that information in our back pocket. Thank you for your presentation. Your time is up.
Sorry, Tim, I forgot hitting the timer.
I have been keeping time. No. With all seriousness, we have had some internet and connection issues, but I believe we're about to mitigate that. Look at that.
That looks familiar.
Is that you? Carry on, sorry.
And it's gone. Oh, there we go. Scroll.
Are you guys gonna?
I think they're hitting the button from their end. And if you could just scroll all the way down to the last slide, we're going to miss that and then go right into the website. There we go, if you can hit that. So the website is Our Community, Our Health, Our Community. Anybody who wants to go, you can access it through the Our Cowichan website. And here we go. Or not.
I say or not.
have a slideshow of Zoe, yeah. It is a long agenda day today, so we are also pretty cool with saying, go to this website, mark it down, take a deep dive. That is me at the bottom, and that you, if you have any questions about the website and the data, it's very interactive, and the one thing that we wanted you to know is that when you go onto the website, there are key priority areas that have been highlighted that you can see. But if you go to the bottom, there were actually 95 questions that we have the answers to, so you can take a deep dive into your community, and you can download the entire project. The ones that you're seeing online are just some samples. Anything else in there that
I'll add to that
Yeah.
a little bit. The CVRD gave us questions, North Cowichan, all of our community organizations as well. We had 175 questions that people wanted answers to. And so we pared that down to 95 questions in the survey. Our goal was to have 4,500 people respond to the survey. And on the website, you'll see the number, which was just over 3,700, which is pretty substantial if you understand how hard it is to get people to fill out a survey. So we worked with our community partners on Thetis Island, partners out in every corner of the CVRD to work with their organizations and the people that they serve to help get people to fill out the survey. So when you can see the website, you can scroll down, you can jump to any parts of the data. There's 9 topics, and the ribbon on the bottom has some tidbits. You can look at the process of how we did the survey, which is really remarkable in our community. And, you know, it's different than just census data and LHA data, so we're really proud of that. And we want you guys to use it. We want our community members to use it, our staff to use it, and hope that it informs decisions.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time and the heavy agenda, there it is.
So that is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. You can go to the top. I'm not going to do it here, but the survey results process, and do take a deep dive. Learn about your community. Learn about what people had to say, and yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the board, we apologize for the glitches. I encourage every director to have a look at the website, see the survey results, and how they impact a certain area that you reside within. I think it's important to see the diversity of the Cowichan Valley and the health implications in different corners of the region. With that, I say thank you, Director Staples, for putting your microphone on.
Thank you. So just thank you for the presentation. I just need to recuse myself for the next presentation due to a work conflict.
So for a work conflict, Director Staples will be removing herself from the next delegation. So we'll give her time to recuse herself. And we will look forward to the next delegation. If you could introduce yourselves. No. Just change spots. Welcome.
You've met Cindy. My name is Zoe Lochner. I am the Executive Director of Cowichan Valley Youth Services, and I use she, her pronouns. Thank you all for the time and space today.
And it's party day. I should have changed my outfit. I'm Cindy Lissay, Regional Facilitator for Our Cowichan Communities Health Network. And Our Cowichan is the steward or the backbone organization that supports the Cowichan Youth at Home Collective, which has over 65 community partners that support youth in our region that come together and work on challenges and the exciting It's our day. Oh my gosh, girl. Okay, we're good. We're good. Sorry. Okay, here we go. I'm back. Next slide, please.
It's okay, the presentation's up.
There we go. So, why are we here? The pandemic really opened our eyes and highlighted significant gaps in services for youth in the Cowichan region, and we are determined to change that. Our young people matter, and when we look at systemic challenges, we want to look upstream and highlight the importance of supporting our youth. If they are healthy, connected, mental health improves, graduation successes increase, and risky behavior and substance use decreases. Youth, families, and communities thrive. Keeping this in mind, we have united, and significant efforts to address gaps have been implemented from partners across the region. The Cowichan Youth at Home Collective is active and collaborating with over 65 community partners supporting youth. The Cowichan Youth Gap Analysis and Needs Assessment was completed, where we learned directly from youth and community organizations what is important to them. Recommendations resulting from this work are being shared and implemented. And many of you may remember our engagement with local recreation commissions and local governments that took place, where we shared the results from the Youth Needs Assessment, and we reported to you what youth were saying. As a result, access to recreation, program spaces, and activities are being enhanced and implemented as we speak. Next slide, please. Misha Lalem is our youth emergency shelter, and it is now open. A significant donation from the Misha Weiss Foundation and donations from the coldest night of the year allowed us to purchase, and we actually own the building outright. Misha Lalem is operated for our community by Canadian Mental Health Association. And with that, millions of dollars in service delivery funding from the province helps us to deliver the critical services and supports that actually save lives from our most vulnerable youth in our region. Next slide. The new Cowichan Senior Secondary is open, and within that is an innovative health clinic. And next slide. And we are on our way to the next big thing. There will also be another announcement that we hope coming soon around supported housing for youth. And so with that, we are not done yet, and we are moving on to the next piece, which is Foundry, where Zoe will take over from here.
Thank you, Cindy. I'm in the mental health business, so I want to take a moment to acknowledge the emotions in the room. This is a big day for everybody. We are an incredibly passionate community here in Cowichan. I have had the honor of being born and raised here. I'm a fourth-generation uninvited settler here myself. And it's really inspiring to see so much passion in our community, and I hope to see a similar turnout, level of advocacy, and dedication when it comes to youth mental health in the future. When we talk about Foundry as our next big thing, we want to be really clear that there is no Foundry call or RFP open at this time. This is not an application moment. What this is a readiness moment. Foundry represents a significant systems change in how youth services are integrated, and that kind of change does not start when funding appears. It starts with relationships, trust, and alignment. That's why, within the larger Youth at Home collective, we've maintained a smaller working group focused specifically on Foundry. Its role is to keep the conversation alive, to continue learning together, and to ensure that Cowichan is prepared rather than rushed if and when an opportunity arises. Next slide, please. Because there's no funding on the table right now, our focus has intentionally been on pre-planning and engagement. Foundry's own guidance encourages communities to do this early work well in advance of any formal opportunity. So the smaller working group allows us to continue building and strengthening our youth-serving coalition, engaging partners, and thinking critically about what an integrated model could look like in Cowichan, without overpromising or creating false urgency. It's about pacing the work responsibly so that readiness is real and not reactive. Next slide, please.
So the importance of co-design and being adaptable and being led by communities. The vision is that we believe young people should have a voice in their care and that finding the right support shouldn't be difficult. And our mission and values are listed below, were co-created in 2020 by a diverse group of youth, families, caregivers, staff, and service providers across the province. And the phrase, living a good life, was inspired by First Nations and Métis youth who participated in a talking circle with Foundry, and it acknowledges the diverse nature, experiences, and perspectives of health and wellness.
Foundry's vision and mission are rooted in community-led design and youth voice. That means a strong Foundry proposal isn't written quickly, it's grown over time. Part of the work we're doing now is ensuring that if Cowichan moves forward in the future, we're able to present a clear, locally grounded case that reflects our actual needs, assets, and partnerships. Our intention is to have that work shelf ready, not to submit today, but to ensure we are not starting from scratch later. Next slide, please. And thank you to the incredible administrative professionals on this Administrative Professionals Day. When we look at the communities across BC that have successfully brought Foundry to their region, a common theme is that they were already aligned before funding became available. They had strong partnerships, shared understanding, and a clear sense of local readiness. By maintaining a Foundry-focused working group, Cowichan is intentionally following that same path, quietly building the foundation so that, if opportunity comes, we're ready to respond in a coordinated and credible way. Next slide, please. What makes Foundry different is that it's truly integrated. Not just services in the same building, but services that are coordinated and accountable to one another. That level of integration can't be designed overnight. The work we're doing now helps partners understand what integration actually requires, where there's readiness, and where more alignment is needed. This early thinking strengthens our future case and helps avoid unrealistic assumptions about what can be achieved. Next slide, please. Foundry is built on strong reciprocal partnerships, and those partnerships extend beyond service providers to include local governments. At this stage, support doesn't mean financial commitments. It means continued alignment, shared awareness, and collaboration across jurisdictions. The Youth at Home team will continue to keep CVRD and member municipalities informed as this work evolves, ensuring there are no surprises and that regional voices remain connected to the process. Next slide, please. Foundry Virtual also reminds us that Foundry is more than a physical space. Even without a local center, Cowichan youth are already interacting with the Foundry system. By paying attention to how youth experience these virtual services, what works and what doesn't, we can strengthen our understanding of local gaps and needs. That learning feeds directly into future planning and helps ensure that any business case we develop is grounded in lived experience and not assumptions. Next slide, please. Foundry's community development framework is very clear that there is meaningful groundwork communities can do without funding. Things like asset mapping, youth and family engagement, partnership alignment, and leadership readiness. This is the work the Foundry Working Group continues to hold. From a local government perspective, support at this stage is about helping create the conditions for readiness. That may include, down the road, exploring non-financial contributions such as land, buildings, zoning considerations, or alignment with broader community planning. But those are future conversations and not current asks. We also want to acknowledge that the municipality of North Cowichan has already endorsed this project, which is an important signal of support and regional leadership. Our commitment is to continue this work transparently and collaboratively, and to keep the CVRD and member municipalities informed as readiness develops. In that way, if and when a Foundry opportunity arises, Cowichan can move forward together with clarity and shared understanding. Next slide, please. Do you have any questions? And thank you again for the time.
Appreciate that. I'll turn to my fellow directors. I have Director Justice, then Director Manhas. Director Justice, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. The North Cowichan Youth Services Review and other gap analyses have certainly made it clear how important work in youth mental health is for our communities. And you've pointed in the past to a need for a whole, like a team approach
much a whole community approach for being successful in bringing the Foundry to the community. You also just spoke about the role of local governments in helping with a successful application. Can you expand on that a little bit and tell us a little bit more about the role of local government, the regional district versus the municipalities and the municipalities in developing a successful application?
Can we go? Sure.
Through Vice Chair to Councilor Justice, thank you for the question. And it's an important question. I think what is absolutely foundational to Foundry applications and Foundry development is to see that communities are working together. And so whether that is letters of support from regional and municipal governments or having these conversations and ensuring that there is a level of reciprocal involvement, if there is the opportunity to collaborate on land and zoning as mentioned, I think having that level of collaborative partnership, not just with service providers, but also with all levels of local government, shows Foundry Provincial that we are a community that works together with a shared vision for youth services in community.
Thank you.
Anything to add? No, thank you.
Apologies, Director Manhas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that presentation. Just got a quick question regarding the Cowhide Innovative Health Clinic. What does that mean? What do they do? Can you elaborate on that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The Cowhide Innovative Health Clinic.
Cowhitson Senior Secondary has within it a health center, a public health center, built right into the school. And if you have not gone to see the new high school, it is unbelievable. But at the entrance of the school, there is a separate clinic, so you can go there for any public health, sexual health, mental health concerns. There's a public health nurse on site, and yeah, it's not only for the students of Cowhitson Senior Secondary. It is for anybody under the age of 24 that needs public health resources that you might have otherwise found at Margaret Moss Health Clinic. So it is a direct partnership with Island Health right within our high school.
So is Island Health funding it, or is the school district funding it?
Island Health is the funder. The Cowhitson School High School is the actual space that it operates in.
Thank you.
Did you say 24?
24. Youth are considered 24 and under.
So I'm not a youth?
No. Neither am I.
Oh, come on, directors. Tough crowd. Director McClinton, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions. Just if this were to move forward, or maybe even in some other areas, how do you measure success and how do you show that the Foundry is actually improving well-being of youth?
Through the chair, vice chair, chair. Still working on my parliamentary skills. Great question. I think success is measured through not just numbers, but also anecdotal impact. I can speak to this personally in my work with Cowhitson Valley Youth Services, that we like to make things as simple as possible and say we had more than 800 youth come through our doors last year. But what really, really demonstrates impact is when those youth come back 20 years later to share and celebrate the successes of their healthy lives and happy relationships. So I am certain that there are very specific KPIs, key performance indicators in terms of the number of youth, the level of coordinated access. Coordinated access is something that has been talked about and will continue to be so. If anyone has tried to access complex physical care or mental health care and know how challenging it can be to navigate the various doors that are open, having a one-stop shop to support that navigation is immense. And so the coordinated care, as well as the number of youth accessing services and the long-term health impacts, of course, are harder to measure, but those are incredibly relevant as well. We know that youth are the future of our communities. They're future politicians. They're watching all of you and all of this now and looking to you as role models in community. And so the more we can invest in them and their health and mental health, the more healthy our communities will be in the future.
A comment that, I might take issue with the idea that it's difficult to measure well-being, but perhaps I can connect offline and just see how that's being measured in other areas. Curious to know if the CVRD or other areas were to support the Foundry, what sort of cost would be expected? Or like what do you guys need to get things moving?
So to bring a Foundry into your community, the province, and we don't know dollar-wise, there's no funding on the table at this particular time. What would be required future is a physical space to actually operate out of. There will be partial funding that will come from the province for that, but it also lands on the community to do some significant fundraising. And it's impossible to say right now what that would look like, because it could be, depending if there's a building that's provided, it could be a renovation budget. If it's a new build, it could be more. So dollar value isn't something that we can actually pinpoint right now, but what we do know is that there is a shared responsibility between community and the province to bring a Foundry into our community.
Just to clarify, the main stumbling block here is physical location.
At this stage, the main stumbling block is that there is not an RFP or opportunity for us to put in an application. And when that time comes, if and when that time comes, having a commitment or an endorsement from local government to support the finding of a physical location will support that application in a big way. I just want to add to our previous discussion that if we want to have clinical conversations about how we use evidence-based assessment to measure overall mental health care, we can absolutely do that. Foundry is an integrated model, and so there is primary care, there's mental health care, there's harm reduction, and each of those areas measures success in a different way using evidence-based and informed metrics. So we can certainly have that conversation offline, but just to say, numbers don't always tell the fullest picture.
Thank you. Well, I'll just finish by saying there's lots of people listening today. Maybe there's some people out there that might have some ideas about a location for you, so that's why I was kind of probing there. But yeah, thanks for your time. I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you. Director Nicholson, next, please.
Thank you. I want to thank you so much for your presentation. This is a really good example of how we need to get out in the community in a more collaborative, process-based focus before we start jumping into things. And I just really hand it to our health network, and is that what it's called? Our Couch and Health Network, and the work that Ms. Lochner has been doing on the youth side. It's just like when I think about when I started a long time ago, I would have said that the youth services were in disarray, but it's really, really changed. And I think you guys are doing a wonderful job, and I just appreciate it so much.
Thank you. May I?
Absolutely.
I just want to acknowledge the CVRD's support, as well as the City of Duncan and Municipality of North Couch's support for Couch and Valley Youth Services and a variety of other youth service providers in the region, and also to put a plug in for the Our Couch and Communities Health Network. This work would not be happening in this coordinated and collaborative way if it were not for Cindy's work and the work of Our Couch, and so thank you for that support as well.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the board, I see no more speakers. I want to thank you for the presentation, even the one that didn't work before. We appreciate you attending today and encourage you to come back at a later date with some great news, we hope. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We know the numbers of the users for the health network and the survey site will go up exponentially as of today. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So I've had a request to move up 14.6 to number 10. Prior to moving on, there's a number of people who are in the audience who are interested in the special EASC minutes. So if we could move that forward, I would like a mover, moved and seconded. And I just need a simple majority to move that up to number 10. Any discussion first? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Director Morrison, hit your mic. Go ahead.
So you said
14.6 to number 10. 14.6.1 and following number item 10, is that just flipping back and forth, sorry?
We're placing 14.6 into number 10 in your agenda, items for decisions.
Okay.
So we're moving it up in the queue, so to speak. Okay with that?
Sure.
Excellent. Any other input? All in favor?
Sorry, Chair, I had a question.
I'm sorry, I didn't see one line, so please carry on.
I just had a question if we're able to consider 11.1 for information piece related to that decision alongside.
In tandem, you're requesting?
Yeah.
I'll get back into my agenda and see if that is appropriate.
Thank you.
It's for information first. So there is no decision on that one. How would you like to proceed? Can you give your rationale, Director Segal?
Thank you, Chair. I think there's just important considerations and potentially alternative ways we can move forward with temporary use permits, for example, that's provided within that information package. That would make me feel much more comfortable with 14, the number that we just moved up. So I just wish to be able to ask a question regarding the information item before we make the decision on the committee report. If that's okay with the board.
Will the body, shall we look at 11.1 prior to moving 14 point whatever? Okay, is there staff to present on this? Director? No, it's just for information. Director Wilson, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The reason I brought this forward to you is that we have a huge amount of people here who are interested in one thing and one thing only, and that's the bylaws, the CVRD, the CZB. To be perfectly honest, I think we owe it to them that they've given up the time to be here, and we should discuss this as a matter of priority. Thank you.
So I think, if I may, I'll move to Director Manhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 11.1 is just for information anyway, so if there's any questions they can ask and be read through the report. I think most people come here prepared to look, with the agenda. So I'm not sure what the reasoning is to move that forward.
Well, I think without altering the agenda as I was asked to do, 11.1 would have been dealt with before 14. So the concern, I believe, with Director Segal is looking at temporary use permits, as we heard in the public input portion, that could have an impact on some businesses moving forward, should the special EASC minutes be adopted. I'm not presuming anything. Director McClinton.
I was going to make a similar point. Thank you, Chair. I was going to make a similar point to Director Manhouse. It's for information. If there's questions regarding temporary use permits, they can be asked by the Director and answered by the staff when we discuss the CZB.
Yes, Director Segal.
Thank you, Chair. Just with that understanding, if the board is comfortable with me asking questions regarding the information item when we discuss the CZB item, I'm totally fine with that. Thank you so much.
So you're fine if we move forward with the motion on the floor. Thank you for that discussion. Appreciate it. So, Mr. Robbins, will you let me know where we are? With the motion that has been duly endorsed.
Thank you, Chair. You have now moved the recommendation under 14.6. It's a brought forward recommendation from the special EASC meeting of April 15th. There is, I mentioned the recommendation before you. This is for electoral area directors only.
Was that your question, Director Cahill? So there's your clarity. Only electoral area directors will be voting on this. As stated before, municipal directors do not have any input in land matters within the electoral areas. So it is put forward in 3 parts, just for clarity and for formatting. It will come forward as it was presented at the special EASC meeting as a motion in full. Director Berman.
Are you there? Okay, thank you, Chair. And as Chair of the Electoral Area Services Committee, I am the special meeting on April 15th, I believe. The committee recommends the following, and if you would allow, I'll read it out so everybody in the gallery.
Please do, so it's recorded as well.
Okay. So the committee makes the following recommendation to the board, that dedicated staff continue to review, compile, retain all input received on the draft comprehensive zoning bylaw for future use, and 2, that except for development applications, that all staff and consultant activities related to the comprehensive zoning bylaw, local area plans, development permit areas, and modernized official community plan amendments cease until after the October 2026 general local government election and adoption of the new board-directed corporate strategic plan. And 3, that land use services staff prioritize and focus on expediting the processing of current, backlogged, and held in advance applications. And I would move that recommendation.
Do I have a seconder? Moved and seconded. We've had wholesome discussion at every opportunity. I don't want to rehash the EASC meeting, but if there is any further input, I would ask that you hit your microphone. Director Segal, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question through to staff regarding the temporary use permits that are currently within bylaw 4632. Is there an alternative way for temporary use permits to move forward, perhaps in a separate standalone bylaw?
I will turn to Ms. Chernoff. There you go.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the directors. Yes, absolutely. Either the current proposed bylaw 4632 could be amended to only include the TUP content. It would have to be, the third reading would have to be rescinded, it would have to be amended, and we'd have to get ministry approval on it again prior to consideration of adoption. Or an alternative path is to prepare a new separate bylaw with the TUP temporary use permit framework, which would be applicable to any electoral areas that want to participate in the TUP framework, and for that to come forward, and that could would have to start, I believe, with EASC, and as with this bylaw, there could be consideration of whether or not a public hearing should be required or waived. But that would be the purview of the EASC.
Are you good with that, Director?
Thank you. Can I have a quick follow-up?
Absolutely.
Just interested in what the timeline would look like for a standalone bylaw, and if you require some kind of formal direction or referral motion.
The preference always is for the board to pass a resolution directing staff to prepare bylaws for consideration of the board. In terms of timeline, we would have to be looking at the board schedule. You meet monthly, I believe. Next opportunity for consideration would be the end of May. There are also meetings at the end of June and July. Between third reading and adoption, there is a requirement for the Ministry of Transportation and Transit to consider and
and ideally approve such a bylaw. So we would be looking, I believe we'd be looking at potential adoption for at the July meeting.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll continue on with the speakers list. Director McClinton.
Yeah, I have a question, and I would like to say a few things about this. If this bylaw, or this motion, excuse me, this recommendation is passed, would this supersede or negate the other bylaws? Sorry, I don't have the number in front of me. That's 4632, as this is. Can I get staff to clarify that, just so that we know how that gets dealt with afterwards?
C26.
Thank you, Chair. So staff's interpretation of the recommendation as it's been worded is that all staff and consultant activities related to CZB local area plans, DPAs, and modernized OCP cease. That wouldn't include activities related to the development of a temporary use permit bylaw as it's worded.
Follow up?
Well, leave it. Yeah, follow up, and then I do have some things to say. So just the development permits, it's clearly stating in here to cease activity on that. The other bylaw, again, can somebody just give me the number so I can just state that? What is it? 4632. That would still need to be voted on later. Can I just get 100% confirmation on that? Yes, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. So, thanks, Chair. Understand that we've discussed this in committee, but I would reckon that this is probably the most watched board meeting in the history of the CVRD, and I'm going to take a few minutes just to speak about this.
I'm so glad that I'm chairing it.
Yep. I'd also think that it is ridiculous that we are starting this at 9:30 a.m. on a Wednesday morning. I pushed for this for 18 months during governance, that these meetings should be in the evening. There are many people here that work, and I just wanted to say that. You can pass a plan, but you can't pass trust, and that's what we're trying to do here. What you see out here, in my opinion, isn't mob rule, it's the wisdom of the majority. And we've awoken a sleeping giant.
If we could just keep the comments from the gallery down so we can do our business, I appreciate that. Thank you.
The average person who doesn't vote for us or ignores all of our rules is here, and they're sitting up and taking notice, and they're not happy with what we're doing. We've lost it. The OCP can't be saved. Leadership isn't about doubling down on when you're wrong, it's about correcting course, and that's what I hope we're here to do today. This was all very predictable, and it was very preventable. And I appreciate my colleague who's unencumbered with an election coming up and her clarity to put forward a motion to repeal the OCP at our next board meeting. The OCP vote to adjust it or make changes, that was back in November when it was a split vote, and we came out of recess, and it was quickly tabled and moved by Director Nicholson and quickly seconded by Director Abbott. That was the time to discuss and take a step back, but we are way past discussing this, taking this to the public. We've lost their support, and the only option right now is to take a step back, in my opinion. Rescinding isn't a step back, it's finally listening. Nobody here was elected.
I have a point of order. Just let me to the point of order.
I appreciate the passion, but we don't have rescinding or repealing of any motion on this motion. So that's my point of order.
If you'd like me to use different wording, I can.
I'm just turning to the chair to saying that.
Thank you. Yes, that is correct. So
taking a step.
We understand what was brought forward in the resolution, and we appreciate that. And just while I have the microphone, if I can look to the audience and just ask you to congratulate the speakers afterward, not with a public display of cheering or away, Director McClinton.
Thank you. Taking a step back is about finally listening. Nobody here sitting at this table was elected with more than 30% of the vote in their area, and many of us with much less. And we cannot continue to act like we have a mandate to rule over everybody and push this forward. Thank you very much. We have a duty to represent all the people in the regional district. I said that loud and clear when we adopted the MOCP, and we need to respect the will of the people. This is our opportunity to make things right and to start. We have a long way to go to start to regain their trust. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Director Acton, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will continue to support this motion, but I have a question about one application that was brought up, I believe, during public input, and it's mentioned on the information sheet, and it states that there's currently one TUP application that's on hold in Area E, low impact industrial use, pending this bylaw adoption, and sorry, it's really distracting. So it states that if the bylaw is not adopted, that this application will be refunded. In the past, temporary use permits have come to the ESC and then to the board. So my question is to staff, can we have this one application that has been waiting come forward to EASC?
Looking for a microphone to the room. Seat 26.
Apologies to Director Acton, through you, Chair. Were you referring to the temporary use permit application that we've got on the books?
Yes.
So that application can only proceed if bylaw 4632 or an equivalent bylaw authorizing TUPs is passed. If there is no bylaw to authorize issuance of a TUP, the only pathway available to the applicant is to submit a rezoning application.
Well, we've had temporary use permits before, so wondering, can it come forward to ESC to find a different solution?
I think Director Segal provided some options moving forward for this specific issue, but it will be a time.
Not this specific
That one is in the queue,
application.
unfortunately. Do you have anything to add?
Do I?
No, I'm looking to staff. Sorry. Apparently not, Carolyn.
No, thank you.
Thank you for that. Director Deck.
Thank you, Chair. I think if this is passed, the opportunity of Area I to to look at their local area plans and to have input into them will not be allowed, whereas other, I guess Area F as well, others have had that opportunity. So I'm concerned that my area won't be able to have any input in to their local area plans, which I know is important to them.
Does that conclude?
Well, that part of it. Then there's, I just want to say that I want to thank those. Can I make this comment? I guess you'll determine it.
You have the floor. If you're out of order, I'll take the microphone off.
Thanks. I just want to thank those who voiced their opinions about the draft comprehensive zoning bylaw at meetings through social media and correspondence. It's important in a democracy to do so. Your voices have been heard. I'm also concerned about those who haven't yet voiced their opinions, those who don't feel comfortable sharing their opinions in public, those who are waiting for information and a time and place to express their views. We're going to make a decision today without the benefit of their input. I believe the message we need to send to all residents is that we value all opinions, are committed to providing information, and amending the bylaws through the public input process. I think that's our duty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Nicholson next.
Thank you, Chair. I just want some clarification on this motion. So will we be able to address the Bill 13 amendments, which I think we're required to do with this, if we pass this?
C-26.
Thank you, Chair. So, my read of the resolution as it's been presented is that the Bill 13 amendments could proceed because they would be amending the existing zoning bylaws.
Okay. And then my other question was, if I may, Chair, this would preclude any official community plan amendments. So are there current applications that will be affected by this?
No, there are no current in-stream rezoning applications that would be affected by this.
Thank you for the delay.
Thank you. Director Wilson, hopefully to close.
Yes, I can check. Hang on. Who said I don't?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. I've got my notes here, and I'm just going to read 4 points from that. And the first one, which concerns me the most, is the loss of trust. That's huge. The second one is a statement that was made by one of the people this morning who said it was a great place to live. Was a great place to live. The third one is the fear of controlling and herding residents. And the last one, which I think is probably the most concerning, was the lady that spoke about tiny homes and uncertainty. And she used the term living in fear. That one really does strike home. We're in a democracy, we're in a free country, and if somebody feels that they're living in fear from something that we're bringing forward, it just ain't right.
Thank you. Moving to Director Martin.
Thank you, and this has been talked a lot in both at committee and in the public, many emails. I think every director has listened. But I see every decision we make as opening a door. And I think it's incumbent upon every director to know when we open a door, what are we opening it to? And so it's important to have that information for all of us. So with the understanding on this vote, I understand that when we open this door, what I see comes out of some of the staff reports around bylaw amendments to allow short-term rentals will pause. Streamlining DPA applications will pause. LAP information will pause and gather dust, may lose relevance. And I think the discussions around temporary use permits, I think they were considered to be options for RV living, short-term rentals, and other uses. Well, that may not pause, that may find another path forward. These are the things that I see when opening the door. And I'm fine to open that door and make that decision at this point. Because I do believe, ultimately, as people say, if we don't, you need to have the trust in the people making decisions so that when that door is open, they know where it goes next. But I just want to make sure that we all do this with clarity, because I think that's our role as decision makers. That's why we were elected to be here. People want us to think through a decision about what happens next. So I think that's, I put it out there. I don't have any opposition about moving this forward, but I want people to understand that clarity of decisions is ultimately one of our roles to take care of and look after. So thank you for that, Chair.
Thank you, Director Martin. Moving to Director Morrison.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to make a speech. I'm just going to make a couple of observations. We've got ourselves in quite a mess here. And the community has awakened to some regulatory activity that has been underway for quite some time. And they've been very clear. And I know that you've been reading all the emails and you've heard what the community has had to say. And I'm going to say that a fair bit of thought and effort went into the crafting of this motion, and I'm not going to rehash any of that. I think that Director Martman's comment about opening a door, I think that there is going to be a little bit of work that we will need to do in the upcoming months to ensure that we can provide some consistency and some stability moving forward. But it's clear to me that we are in a very lame duck phase of our term, and that the community has spoken that they wish to have a democratic solution to the situation that we're in. And that's the ultimate goal here is for the community to feel that their needs are reflected in the people that they send to this table. So I'm going to say that I have heard, I have read, I understand the angst and the anger in the community, and I think this is a reasonable path forward for the community who's expressed themselves very clearly, and for us to be able to continue with a little bit of work up until the municipal election happens. So with that, I'll say again, I've heard you, and I encourage my colleagues to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Moving to Director Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. When I was elected, I ran on the platform of wanting to protect water, because I feel that we've got really significant water issues in this valley, and they're growing. And I wanted to ensure that we took a more collaborative, community-based approach. And it's really a super challenge to have to reach out and have the attention of the community. And I think I did pretty well for the first few years, but COVID hit, and I've noticed a significant change since then. I'm still here, and what I find most interesting about this whole process is the people that we're hearing from now, I've never heard from before, or very few of them. But that said, I really appreciated a few of the comments that were made today. One was the gentleman that got up and talked about how there's a lot of confusion, and I would agree completely. There is a lot of confusion, and I think it is so important that we figure that, clarify all that, and work together. So I really appreciated Gilles, who talked about how we've lost the fisheries, and we're pretty much losing the forestry, and we don't want to lose the farming. So I would say, and I've been working so hard on the Cook's Island watershed process, where we have a watershed that is exceedingly degraded now, and it's lost its fishery. The forestry is not helping matters. And from my perspective, a lot of that has to do with lack of good, sensible regulations. And so I am very much in favor of rules. Particularly, the more people you have, the more you need to make sure that what you have is protected, so the community is protected. And the only tool we have here at local government are these OCPs and zoning regulations. I moved to this valley, I don't know, well over 40 years ago now, to grow food. I get the whole food security thing. It is so incredibly important, and that is one area that I don't feel the local government, the CVRD, has paid enough attention to. That's a different issue. I just really appreciated Josh Crawford's comment about the fact that he has faith in this community, and I have faith in this community too. This has been an extraordinarily vitriolic and divisive process. I am going to take a holiday tomorrow because I need to recover personally, and we don't need this kind of toxicity in this valley. And I would really encourage everyone to work together and come together and listen to each other. We don't do enough listening. But the thing is, you have to be willing to go out in community and participate. And you have to be, and I know that because we're all so passionate, that we will do that. So I'm looking forward to the next, whatever unfolds coming forward, and I will certainly support this motion moving forward, because clearly one of the communities, we have many communities in this valley, one of the communities, or maybe there's several in this collective that of people that are not happy, they need, more time is needed to come together. So I hope that happens, and I hope the next board sees fit to make sure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Nicholson. Director Segal?
Thank you so much, Chair. I was afraid you weren't seeing my little face down here. So I really want to thank everyone for all of their comments so far, and I want to begin by acknowledging that this process has caused real frustration and division and loss of trust, across our community. That harm may not have been intended, but it's real, and I think we all have a responsibility to recognize it. And so I personally want to say that I'm sorry for the stress and frustration this process has caused for many residents. The decision to initiate this work was made collectively, unanimously by all of the directors. And so therefore we share this responsibility for how it unfolded. But the most important thing now is what we do with that, what we learn from this, and how we respond responsibly. At this point, it's very clear. Trust has eroded to a level where we can't move forward constructively, really, on much of anything. And good planning really requires the legitimacy and dialogue and community confidence to actually be able to move forward. As I said, you've heard my speaking in the last meeting, my concerns about the temporary use permits, and that was my concern with this resolution at committee. But I plan to make a referral motion to try to save those, because I think they're very, very important for our community. And so with having that avenue, I am supportive of this resolution as it is, and pausing all this collection of planning work. But I think we do need to also, as we go forward, look to the future. We really do have an opportunity. A door has opened, and we need to rebuild trust through respectful, in-person, accessible engagement that invites a broad range of voices. And we need to figure out how to do that, because historically we've had really low turnout to our engagement. So I think we need to figure, kitchen table talks, or maybe we need to provide dinner or something so that we can bring community together to find that shared understanding of, what in local government we can and cannot do, the responsibilities and restrictions that are placed on us by the province. And I think that collectively we all want Cowichan to thrive. And we need to strengthen the way we listen to one another so that we can make really great decisions together. So I'm going to move forward with all the humility and respect and a commitment to really strengthening how that organization listens, engages, and includes the community in our decision making. Trust is absolutely the foundation of any relationship, and it's the foundation of a successful public policy process. And right now, I think our collective responsibility as elected officials is to rebuild that foundation together alongside our community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Moving to Director Abbott, just take into consideration our blood sugar is getting considerably low.
Thank you for prefacing that, Chair. I'd like to support this motion, which has been very well crafted by Director Morrison. There's a tone across this country where elected officials are walking back decisions. We've seen it at the provincial level with our Premier walking back DRIPA, Premier Ford in Ontario walking back the purchase of an expensive jet. And now, through the good works of a lot of community members, a lot of residents, spending time coming out to 3 evening public information meetings, spending time coming out to at least 2 special electoral area special meetings, we have heard, and some people like myself need to stand corrected. Yes, I endorsed the MOCP wholeheartedly. That's number 4373, and is part of this motion that we not do any more amendments to 4373. But along the way, I've learned tremendously that the teeth that need to be applied to an OCP, as in 4710, comprehensive zoning by 4710, were far too restrictive. And when we began to see the teeth unfold, we saw that it was too much of a burden, and some people have begun to see another path forward. I only caution, as has Director Segal, the 4632, which is hotly discussed this morning by residents, and I would turn to staff one more time. Ms. Cheroff has given us a very good path forward, but it's with trepidation that I suggest that we keep the numbering of 4632 alive. But if we were to rescind 4632, remove Schedule A, and re-vote on 4632 with B and C schedules, would that be more expeditious than jettisoning entirely 4632 and then having to create?
Yeah, we'll stay on the one.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that. You done? I can put you back on if you want, but my blood sugar is really low now.
Just to say I support the motion, so thank you. I'm sorry to get off track.
Oh, that's fine. You know me, I'm just joking. Director Acton, to close.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be brief, and thank you for another opportunity to speak. So I would like to bring up that temporary use permits again for this one application in Area E that's awaiting. I've looked at our development permit exemptions and guidelines, and it says temporary use permits are a unique tool as they can be used temporarily alter land use without a public hearing. So, and they're not subject to official community plan, land use designation.
I'm going to stop you there.
Well,
I want to run the motion on the floor. We can deal with that one later.
Okay, and I've also submitted. Okay, so I think there could be a path forward for this one application.
Correct.
And I have submitted a motion, subsequent motion after this for temporary use permits.
We did get the email. We will deal with that when the time comes. I'm going to say that the discussion is closed. I'm sorry, Director McClinton.
Who's going to call the question?
I have called it. Now, remember, it's only electoral area directors who are voting on this. You'll see all us municipal councilors and directors sitting on our hands, but we are interested as well. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. With that, you can clap now. And if you reach out to your fellow directors for the heavy work that has happened on this, I think what we have seen, not only in this situation, but I'll turn to an ex-director who is sitting in the crowd. And remember the Raging Grannies when Biggs Creek was being implemented. Remember the Eco Depot in the South Gauntlet. We need to listen to the constituents. With that, I'm going to call for a break. We're going to need to get some sustenance. We will come back when Mr. Robbins. 12:40. Recess till 12:40. We're buffering, ladies and gentlemen, directors. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, directors, staff. As we resume, those who are following along, you might as well throw the agenda out because we're going to alter it again. I have had, thank you. That wasn't for me, was it? But with that, I've had a request to move up bylaw 4632, which has been referenced many times during the public input, and is contiguous with what we had just discussed. So with a majority of 50%, I would like to request that we move 4632 bylaw to discussion now. 19.2. I will look to Director Acton.
The motion that I put forward on TUPs is now not the time to do it. It's a subsequent motion to our motion that we just passed. I submitted it.
You can bring it forward during that discussion. As
this discussion now?
After we're doing this one, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Everyone okay?
So was that a vote or was that a?
I'm sorry, I'm going to Director Nicholson.
I'm just wondering if Director or Chair Segal is with us, and I know that she's in transit, so I'm wondering, she was very interested in this topic, if I recall.
She is in transit, but with traffic, does not expect to be here for 45 minutes. I would rather do this now and deal with the TUP question subsequently when Director Acton brings that forward, and we can have that discussion. And if need be, I can call Director Segal for her input. I do have her on speed dial, and we can move from there. So just with the motion to move forward 4632, that's 19.2 if you're following along. All in favor? Not in the audience. Sorry. Do that again. Directors, all in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. I thought it scratched your head, Director Acton. That wasn't opposed, was it? No, I didn't think so. I'm sorry. Let this be officially, I apologize to Director Acton, should have been a code of conduct violation. I would like to apologize publicly. Thank you. We have no policy on video recording, but if it is distracting, we would ask you to leave. So if you can leave the light off, we look pretty good in the light that's here. Mr. Robbins, please.
Thank you, Chair. Item 19.2 is bylaw number 4632, zoning bylaw for the electoral areas amendment bylaw 2025. There is a recommendation before you. This is for electoral area directors only for your discussion and consideration.
I could read it out if you wish. That's CVRD bylaw number 4632, zoning bylaw for the electoral areas amendment bylaw 2025, be adopted. That was 4632. Do I have a speaker on this? I have Director Abbott.
I was ruled out of order because I wasn't talking to the right bylaw before our break. I wonder if staff might reiterate one more time that the speed or the timing of, if this does not get adopted, the time it will take to reintroduce
a bylaw for temporary use permits as an alternative to rescinding third reading of this bylaw, removing Schedule A, which contends with all the, it deals with all the contentious matters that seemingly concern our community, and returning with a new bylaw, which is just Schedules B and C. The timing question might find that we could have this bylaw approved so that TUPs could be approved by the next, and voted on by the next board meeting. But I'm not the expert. I wonder if if staff might be able to help us with the timeline.
And I see the microphone came on, so I'm sure they can.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the electoral area directors. Thank you. So the quickest path forward to implement a temporary use permit framework would be to amend bylaw 4632 by removing clause 3A. And so you would do that by rescinding third reading, amending the bylaw to remove clause 3A, giving the bylaw third reading as amended, and then we would forward it to the Ministry of Transportation and Transit for consideration of approval. If they're prompt, the bylaw could be considered for adoption at the end of May, at your board meeting at the end of May 27th, I believe it is. The alternative path would be essentially to create a new bylaw that would start with the Electoral Area Services Committee, and I wouldn't anticipate that that could be considered for adoption until the end of July at the earliest. And of course, that would depend on the legal sort of process that you wanted to follow with it.
Thank you for that clarity, Chair and Ms. Charoff. I just want directors to know that for those of us that are concerned about jettisoning the TUP process today, there is a speedier process, but we do so with trepidation because 4632 as a number would still be out there, and it could lead to community members not being at all supportive. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. Director Wilson next.
Yeah, the motion's on the floor, right? I can speak to it, or has it been?
It has not been moved and seconded yet.
Okay.
Can I have the motion too?
And your point.
Oh, okay.
Right, the bylaw is on the floor at the moment.
There's only a recommendation.
But it's only a recommendation.
Okay.
As printed.
Okay. In that case, can I speak about it? Is there discussion time now?
You can speak.
Thank you. I'm looking at my notes here. I can't go with this recommendation. And some of the acronyms in there are quite interesting. CIA was the one that comes to mind here. And I'm sure there are other connotations to those three letters. But how far back does that go? This condition, does it go back 10 years, 20 years, infinity? But I don't think there's anything in there that says how far it can go back. One of the other things that really comes to mind, and there's a whole lot, but this is the other one. When is a ditch not a ditch? Is it a man-made ditch, not a ditch? And when did it become a stream or a water course, whether or not it has ever contained water? There's all this stuff in there that really doesn't make any sense. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you for stopping. Dr. McClinton.
Thanks. I have two questions. So I think this has only happened once since I've been elected. If this is not moved or seconded, this is a question for Mr. Robbins. What happens procedurally with the bylaw? Does it die? Okay, so it has not been moved and seconded. My second question is probably for Ms. Charoff, but maybe Ms. Miles Wilson. Motion to repeal the OCP, or notice of motion is made at new business, which will be coming forward at the next board meeting. Reading the tea leaves, I have a suspicion it's got some legs. If that was repealed, what would happen to this bylaw? Does this have the legal standing?
This is part of the OCP.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the directors. The current official community plan does contain policy language to enable the establishment of a temporary use permit framework. So there's policy language to do that. Legislatively, you can designate TUPs within a zoning bylaw. So I don't think that there would be an impact with that particular bylaw. But we would get clarification through our legal counsel on that question.
Yeah. I think I won't be moving this nor seconding it, and I think we let this bylaw die now. And let's just pick up the pieces when everything's settled.
Okay, please hold your opinions to later. Thank them personally, et cetera, et cetera. Director Acton, please.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So I recognize that we have some consequences to not amending parts of this, and for me, the TUPs stand out as the strongest, especially for short-term rentals. Although, we are all very much aware that short-term rentals are happening regardless, but there are some people who have been waiting for it to be a means that they can do legally. So I'm with Director, what's your name again? I'm just kidding. I'm with Director McClinton that we let this go for now or for good, but and also that I hope that the committee will look at my motion that I've shared about a path forward for TUPs.
Okay, Dr. Morrison, something?
Thank you, Chair. Similar thoughts. I won't move or second this motion. I think there's much work to be done on our DPAs. I have a concern that the TUPs would become a casualty and would be supportive of a resolution similar to what Director Acton has distributed, or whatever path forward so that we can make that part become a reality. There's been a lot of people awaiting the TUP regulations for quite some time. They've been very patient, and I don't want to see that going away as an unintended consequence of our actions today. So yeah, TUPs, and let's put everything else on hold. Thank you.
Okay. I'm looking at you. I'm just joking. Director McClinton, please.
The chickens have come home to roost. That was for you. Yeah, I'll wait for Director Atkins' motion on TUPs, but I'm a little anxious about doing this on the fly. Perhaps it should get referred to committee where we can have a more thorough discussion about it instead of at the board. But I'll sort of wait to see what the rest of the directors think. And again, this is what many people have commented on. This is our job. Let's let this die. Let's get back. Let's get something in writing that we can all work with and move forward in the appropriate way.
Thank you for that. Director Acton, on the topic on the floor. Absolutely. So once I deem it to be dead, I'll move forward. I'm looking for further speakers on bylaw 4632. Seeing none, I will look to my parliamentarian and ask the process forward. Do we deem it?
Well, let's come forward and Director can put a motion on the floor at any time.
The director can put a motion on the floor at any time, but this was brought forward, so we're going to deal with it.
I think you've dealt with it with the silence around the table.
4632 dead. Maybe not dead, but in abeyance. As we move forward with possible TUPs, temporary use permits. So I will turn to Director Acton now, as a director can make a motion at any time. I feel she needs to do one.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for pressuring you so much. You're doing a really great job. My motion is that the board direct staff to prepare a report for consideration by Electoral Area Services Committee outlining options to enable and implement temporary use permits within the electoral areas as a priority.
Second for that. Moving seconded. Fourth in the public gallery.
Can I speak to it?
And I will turn to a speaker's list, which you are the first on.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to say I think this is really simple, and we heard from staff that they would need a motion to do this work, and this allows us to not wait until our next EASC meeting, which is 2 weeks away, I believe. So I think, and it's pretty wide open, so I hope Director McClinton can support it too, because it's not too prescriptive, and this is just a means for us to create that path forward.
Appreciate that. And again, this will be electoral area directors only that will vote on this. Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed, if any? The motion carries. And prior to the audience leaving, should they be leaving after this, I just implore you that if you see the vitriol comments on social media, that you step up and speak against it. I know I'm not accusing anyone in the gallery, but I read it and I am appalled. And I think if the public stands up and respects the people that sit at these seats, especially the female gender, it's difficult enough to be an elected official. It's double if you're a female. So please stand up. But if you are getting chastised by toxic social, it does take an effect. That's all I want to say. So stand up, and we're better than that as Canadians. We're not American. And staff as well. So thank you. I'm going to just pause for a minute because there's going to be a mass exodus. Thank you. As we're waiting for that, waiting for the audience to leave. No, you don't have to. No. You're welcome to stay. I just know that most of the people were here for the two topics, so I wanted to give them a chance to leave before we continue. I have no idea where we are in the agenda now, Patrick, so please get me back.
Thank you, Chair. You're moving on to correspondence. A number of letters with regards to items on the agenda, but I do want to point out all but 12.3 were for your information, but there is a piece of correspondence under 12.3 from the Cowichan South Arts Guild, and we're looking for some direction from the board on that particular piece of correspondence.
Prepared to speak on this, Dr. Morrison? No, I don't know. You have a different one that you want to pull. Okay. First of all, on the topic brought up by Mr. Robbins, Director Nicholson.
Board directs letter of support.
Moved and seconded for letter of support. Discussion? All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. You want to discuss it? Put your microphone on. I'm picking on you.
I don't know if people are familiar with the Cowichan South Arts Guild, but they are extremely active, and I hope people are getting their newsletter. They're doing everything from organized introductions to workshops, different types of art, to storytelling, to music events. So this is for those that have been around this table for a long time. When we started giving funding to arts guilds, and it divided up into regions, and there was actually a CVRD staff person who supported them, helped them get off the ground, and this is an example of that, and it's extremely successful and creates a lot of beautiful things in our community in the South End.
Thank you. So the direction is for the chair, not the vice chair, to write a letter of support. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion carries. Thank you. Director Morrison, you have another one?
Yes, 12.2. And if I could speak to it briefly, it's an outreach from ACRD. It's in regards to a alternate route for folks in that regional district, and I'm very familiar with the issue, but I'm not sure what some of their alternate option routes are. I think this could dramatically affect both electoral areas FI and the town of Lake Cowichan, should they be looking to a alternate route coming through the Cowichan Valley West. So they're asking a lot of things, like how would you like to participate? Are there any specific priorities and the like? I think our CAO is familiar with some of the issues. There's some treaty issues involved in this as well. So I would like to at least be part of exploring or having a discussion with my colleagues and responding to this, but I'm not sure in what fashion we could move forward. Perhaps the CAO has some suggestions, and I see my colleague across the way has some thoughts as well.
As do I, but I'll go to seat 25.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I understand that there is a meeting that the ACRD is going to be setting up. I would anticipate it would be important for elected officials in the vicinity of either side of that proposed road to participate, so including F&I and likely the chair as well. If you do want to proceed with this, referring it back to staff, we would get a little bit more information about how they wanted to proceed, and then start working with them on arranging a meeting to learn more about how they'd like to work together.
You still have the floor, Director Morrison. You will see to
the floor to Director Derek.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm very, very interested in participating in whatever meetings go on. This would be very important for my community to know all about. Thanks.
So it's a referral to staff.
Should be referred to staff for further inquiry and exploration and outreach to the affected electoral area directors and municipal council.
Thank you. Do I have a second on that? Did you get that? Well, we will review the video and get it verbatim. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion carries. Thank you very much. Any further correspondence that you would like to pull? Director Nicholson.
12.1.
12.1. And that's the letter about forest tenures. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, I thought I'd better make sure everyone is aware of what happened. We wrote a letter back to the province in November of 2025 about our concerns about the way the private managed forest land regulations are being applied and their inadequacy and the concerns that we keep hearing from the public. And we got a brush-off letter back from the province, which I find very discouraging.
Thank you for that. No further recourse on that? You didn't want to move anything else forward? Or? How about advocacy at APICC? We all know who the minister is, and we will see them down there, so that would be the time to bend the ear. Anyone else? Director Morrison? You're good? I'll turn your mic off then. So with the rest of those that move on, Mr. Robbins?
We'll move you to committee commission reports under section 14. 14.1 is the Electoral Area Services Committee report and recommendations of April 1st, 2026. In the absence of Director Martman temporarily.
In his absence, who is the vice chair? Dr. McClinton, will you be so kind as to take over with those recommendations? I'll give you time to bring it up. Take a deep breath. Wait a minute. I'm not finished. In through your nose, out through your mouth. There you go.
Mr. Robbins, can you please repeat yourself? What you just said.
We're moving on to the recommendations from the EASC of April 1 under 14.1.
Excellent.
The first two are for all of the board, and then there's a series of recommendations for EA directors only.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Robbins. We're on 14.1. This is my report, Electoral Area Service Committee report for April 1st. Unless anybody would like it pulled, I will be moving it as a block from 14.11 to 14.1.2.3. Is that right? Nope, sorry, .1, .1.2. Yeah, the first two.
How about the first two items?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, perfect. We got a first and a second. Any further discussion on that? That's the full board that votes. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion carries. Continue on, sir.
Moving on, thank you. Moving on to 14.1.2, electoral area directors vote only, and be moving those as a block. Just making sure. Yep, we haven't voted on those. 14.1.2.1 to 14.1.2.3. Would anybody like any pulled? It's been seconded.
Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate it. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Does that conclude your report?
I think so, but there is a special electoral area service committee report.
Where's Ben?
Would you speak to 14.2, Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Given the business that has already been transacted with respect to the CZB, I'd suggest that the recommendations under 14.2.1 are not in order and that they don't need to be considered.
I would
concur.
And fellow directors, I hope you do as well, given the business that we did this morning. So those will not be...
Well, excuse me.
Please, put your microphone.
Hey.
Okay, Director.
Well, I did realize that we didn't come back to the conversation of the one permit, the one application that is waiting for a TUP, and I read from our own description of TUPs briefly, but it looked like it would be a possibility to come to electoral area services for discussion.
Ms. Chairman, do you have
So staff could certainly bring the application forward for discussion. There's no way for the board to issue a TUP until the bylaw's been adopted to allow the issuance of TUPs.
Okay, so it could come after we do this work. Okay, thank you.
That concludes?
Yeah, thank you. It's clear. It's clear, I got it.
Dr. Morrison.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I'm sure the dust is still settling. And the one concern that was raised by Director Deck earlier today was that we've got 3 of 4 of the LAP meetings in the book, so to speak. I don't know that there was actually a whole bunch of LAP-related discussion at those meetings, but there was a fourth meeting scheduled for electoral areas F and I. So I think given it's sort of the nature of what was in this resolution, that I don't know if it would be appropriate to move that staff report back with the feasibility of hosting the last of 4 LAP meetings. If there was a seconder, I would speak to it a little bit more.
I have a seconder, so carry on.
Thank you, Chair. And I know we've ceased operations in that area. However, Director Deck made a good point that communities were heard in the north and in the south and in the central parts. And while we're not proceeding with the work until after the municipal election, I think getting an idea as to what the areas F and I think might be appropriate or, could wait. And I look to the staff to telling us what the pros and cons would be at this point. I'm in the wrong place, I guarantee it.
Well, that throws a wrench into things.
I guess I'm out of order.
No, I'm not going to call you out of order because you challenged your chair and probably would be challenged. But when you look at what was brought forward from special electoral area, it was to stop local area plans as well.
I withdraw the motion.
Oh God. I'm sorry. It was a 3-letter word. So the motion can be withdrawn at this time since we've already looked at those special minutes and brought them forward. We can withdraw the local area plan portion of that while still continuing with no work with any other aspects.
No, I don't want to change the resolution this morning. Just withdraw the motion that I just...
Thank you very much. That's way better. Thanks for making it good. Dr. McClinton, but I understand your angst.
Yep. Just an alternate path forward for the directors of the area. We had our LAP meeting at the Diamond, which holds 40 people. Well over 200 people showed up, and they're sitting outside. So, I'm going to take it upon myself to have a community meeting and talk about, where things have landed. So I think that's, at any time, any of us can have a community meeting, and I'm sure lots of people will show up.
Thank you. So as an outsider, I'm going to ask staff for some clarification. Given the special electoral area minutes and the pause that has been endorsed by electoral areas, would the current LAP input be null and void at this point?
So through you, Chair, the direction to staff was to cease work, for staff and consultants to cease work, and so work has effectively been ceased. That occurred as soon as the motion was passed. So there's no further work being done. Of course, if we have records that we're managing, we'll continue to file those accordingly so that the next board, should they wish to continue with the LAPs or consider them after the next election, they'll be able to look at the record that's been collected to date.
So the 3 LAPs that have been completed could be put forward to the new board on your strategic plan. Is that a suggestion?
They could. That will be up to the next board to decide.
Absolutely would. Okay, I just want clarity on that. As I stated, as an outside observer, this is a complex governance model. Coming from a municipality, it's much more streamlined. So let's get that amended. Anyways, moving on, thank you.
14.3, Committee of the Whole Report and Recommendations of April 8, 2026.
I will look to Director Abbott to chair it in my absence, and I thank you for that.
I did chair in your absence, and our thoughts and prayers were with you, Chair, as you fully recovered, if we keep you fed. On April 8th, we made a couple of recommendations, and they are 14.3.1 through to 14.3.2. If there's anybody that wishes, any director wishes those to be pulled, otherwise I'd make a motion for their adoption.
It's been moved. Do we have a seconder? Moved and seconded. Any discussion on those? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion carries. That concludes? Yes, it does. I got a nodding in the head, so I'll turn to Mr. Robbins to move us forward.
14.4, a set of recommendations from the Sport Tourism Events Grant Subcommittee Report and recommendations of their meeting of April 14, 2026.
Moved by Director Manhus, seconded by Director Finley. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion carries. Moving on.
Fourteen point five, recommendations from the Electoral Area Service Committee of April 15, 2026. Those three recommendations are, the first three recommendations are for the entire board.
So let's just note that Director Martin had to leave for a mission, and these have been published, so if you'd just like to move them, I will turn to you.
I'd like to pull 4719. Right? Is that, which one? This one, the water system. Is this the one? Yeah. Let me say, I'm just going to say what I want to do, and then you can help me through it. I want to send for information, I want to have an information meeting sent about the Salter water system, water increases. I want to hold a community meeting. I want to direct staff to hold a community meeting regarding the Salter water increases.
So why don't we move 1 and 3?
Thank you.
You will pull 2.
Yeah.
So 2 has been pulled. Director McClinton moves 1 and 3. Do I have a seconder? Moved and seconded. All in favor? Now you can speak to when you're pulled.
Thank you. Yeah, and I managed to connect with staff over the break, and this is for user fee increases. They're in April and October. We've got a lot of time and to put this forward, and I just want to make really clear with my community that I just want to make sure there's no misinformation about increases and decreases. As well, I suspect in the coming weeks, there's going to be some additional information about our water system that can be tied into this. So I'd like to make that motion that the board directs staff to host a public information meeting on the proposed Salter water increases.
Do I have a second for that? Moving seconded. Any further discussion on that? Director? I think that's quite clear. Director Morrison, you have, I have seat 20 first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to the directors, this particular bylaw is also coupled with the Arbutus Ridge, and so if there's an interest in separating those out, certainly staff could, upon the direction of the board, come back with the Arbutus Ridge bylaw separately while we're addressing the Saltaire curiosities.
I think we're seeing
to
separate Arbutus Ridge. I always called it something else, but Arthritis Ridge. I know you can say that because I do have arthritis. Can you just give me a moment while I consult with my legislative service? 98% parliamentarian.
me, oh, yes.
Would you like to say that so eloquently that you just whispered right here?
Sorry, just so that we capture it appropriately in the minutes, I would suggest that the motion be to refer the components of bylaw 4719 to do with Saltaire to an information meeting, and that staff further be instructed with regards to the portions of the bylaw respecting Arbutus Ridge, come back with an appropriate bylaw for consideration. That effect.
Are we good with that?
Yes.
Is the second okay with that? Director Wilson.
I'm trying not to be complicated, but I have a couple of questions. Firstly, is there any sort of deadlines or time pressures around billing cycles for the water system? So from a finance point of view, there's that question. And the other question is I understand that this is, I think, our biggest water system, so they need to be informed, but I'm a little concerned about the notion that when there's a rate increase for one of our water or sewer systems that we're automatically sending, or not automatically, but under request, sending staff to do an explanation as to what should be a fairly normal part of doing business. So I get the importance of this, but I'm not wanting to set a precedence that each time a utility has a rate increase that we're going to have to send staff out to explain the nature of it. So there's my two questions, or one question and one concern.
Thank you. I'll turn to Mr. Lee.
Thank you, through the chair to the directors. So these increases, I guess, first off, reflect the 2026 budget that was approved by the board, and so this is just the bylaw work that needs to reflect those approved figures. My understanding is the increases largely relate to contributions to reserves from an asset management perspective. And in addition, we have fairly recently hosted a public meeting in Saltaire and have provided the new rate breakdown within a letter that was sent out to residents. The senior manager of utilities, I think, is online and can perhaps speak to if there's some curiosities around what the actual rate increases are about, and whether or not there's an opportunity through a budget amendment process to go back to 2025 rates. But generally, my understanding is it's an asset management approach to it. But perhaps Ms. Thompson may be online, and if the board may be interested in hearing a bit more about that.
Looking online. Don't see any video popping up.
My phone just came on.
Ms. Thompson, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so through the chair to the directors. So yeah, as Mr. Mooney indicated, this increase is largely related to the Saltaire water treatment compliance project that we've been working on for a number of years. And we have the Pioneer Cowichan project website, as well as a letter that went out directly to the community, and we did attend the directors community meeting in March, I believe it was, on the options. And essentially what came out of that was the options that we've looked for in achieving the compliance will see an annual increase in their rates, no matter what that is. And so this step in increases was sort of a planned incremental increase to over what the users are currently paying. We anticipate sort of having compliance achieved by the end of the year, with work, like capital work, continuing into 2027 as well. I did talk about that a little bit more in the electoral area services committee meeting as well. But yeah, so essentially for 2026, it's largely contributions to capital reserve in support of that project that we need to do. And so that capital reserve would help go towards paying the capital costs for that, as well as incrementally increasing to that point where we know we will be for the annual operating cost, rather than having a large increase in, say, 2027. So I hope that helps.
Put your microphone on.
I've been persuaded to move this forward today.
Thank you very much. So you're moving consideration of 3 readings and adoption.
Yes.
Do I have a seconder? Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, thanks staff for the clarification that brought him on board.
Thank you very much.
I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Come on, raise your hands, everybody. Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. And moving forward, Mr. Robbins.
Also from the Electoral Area Services Committee of April 15th, for electoral area director votes only, 14.5.2.1 through 14.5.2.6.
As they have been published, I believe Director Martin will be moving those as he has returned.
I would be moving those, thank you.
And a seconder, please. And seconded. Any discussion on those items? Electoral area directors only. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion carries. And we have dealt with the special EASC. I don't see any director's reports. Would you like to add one now? One of those will pop all over the place. Come on. Mr. Robbins.
.1, Chair. The staff report with regards to the Cowichan Local Authority Emergency Management Agreement, and I believe Mr. Wainwright is online. Where are you?
I didn't see him pop up, so welcome. Did you have a presentation, or you're just here to answer questions?
Just here to answer questions.
So with that, I will turn to the body. What is your pleasure with this one? Everybody's looking at the agenda, following along intently. Director Nicholson?
I'll move it.
It's been moved. Do I have a seconder? Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? I'll give you a little bit of time. I see people reading away for probably the 4th time on this topic. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion carries. Thank you. You got off the hook.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Moving on.
Chair, it's a staff report with regards to the Regional District of Nanaimo's referral to us on their Regional Growth Strategy and Official Community Plan Area F Amendment Initial Referral.
Looking at the body. Director Martin.
Thank you. I took time to take a glance at Area F's RDN OCP, and also this referral to us. And I actually reached out to the electoral area director, and I did all this because this is where my roots are. I walked every morning to Arrington School, 1 mile each way from grade 1 on. And so, interesting thing, because it came up earlier in public input, so I think that sort of prompted me to speak, is that this is an RGS, and the RGS protects forestry, protects agriculture, but this is allowing it to come out into subdivision. And so, interesting that there is there's flexibility within that kind of framework, and I think that this sort of points to it, and is an illustration maybe for future discussions to keep in mind about the flexibility of an RGS system. It isn't all just about one way of doing things. So anyways, with that, that was my only comment, and I have no objections.
Okay, there is a recommendation there. I did with that recommendation.
to move I thought perhaps the director closest to the ERDN might move it, but furthest away, I'd move this recommendation.
Well, not quite the furthest away, but pretty close. I think Director Acton would be the furthest away. Seconder? I think the closest director, Director Martin, would second it. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Carrying on.
There are a series of public hearing minutes for receipts. 17.1, recommendation that the public hearing minutes of March 26, 2026 for CVRD bylaw number 4401, electoral area E, Cowichan Stations, Satlam, Glenora zoning amendment bylaw at 4781 Bench Road, 2021 be received.
Public hearing minutes. Moved by Director Martin, do we have a seconder? Director Abbott. Any discussion on those? All in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion carries. Next public hearing minutes.
Under 17.2, the recommendation that public hearing minutes of March 26, 2026, official community plan amendment, CVRD bylaw number 4701, official community plan for the electoral areas amendment bylaw, PID 025580311, 2026 be received.
So moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion carries.
And finally, the recommendation under 17.3 that the public hearing minutes of March 26, 2026 with regards to Area H Amendment, CVRD bylaw number 4711, electoral Area H, North Oyster Diamond zoning amendment bylaw, Manana Resort Marina, 2026 be received.
Looking for a mover and a seconder. It's moved and seconded. No discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion carries.
And bylaws under 18.1 and 18.2 for the entire board. The first recommendation is that CVRD bylaw number 4703, Malahat Fire Protection Service Amendment Boundary Extension bylaw 2026 be adopted.
Mover, moved and seconded. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And under 18.2, the recommendation that CVRD bylaw number 4707, Sentinel Ridge Sewer System Service Amendment, that's Boundary Extension bylaw 2026, be granted first, second, and third readings.
Moved by Director Abbott, seconded by Director Acton. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Thank you.
And under section 19, bylaws for electoral area directors vote only. 19.1, recommendation that CVRD bylaw number 4401, electoral area E, Cowichan Station, Satlam, Glenora zoning amendment bylaw, 4781 Bench Road, PID 030184789-2021 be granted a third reading.
Moved by Director Nicholson, seconded by Director Clinton. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion carries.
19.2 has been previously considered. 19.3, recommendation that CVRD bylaw number 4642, official community plan amendment bylaw 240 Okotoks Drive and 296 Meadow Way 2026 be granted first and second readings.
Moved by Director Acton, seconded by Director Nicholson. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries.
And the recommendation under 19.4 that CVRD bylaw number 4643, South Cowichan zoning bylaw, amendment bylaw 240 Okotoks Drive and 296 Meadow Way 2026 be granted first and second reading.
Director Abbott moves, Director Acton second. All in favor? Opposed? That motion carries.
And the recommendation under 19.5 that CVRD bylaw number 4708, official community plan for the electoral areas amendment bylaw, PID 025580311, 2026 be adopted.
Moving on. Director Abbott, did you move that? Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
What is this exactly? Site-specific, okay. Oh, yeah.
Need a seconder. Thank you very much. Director Acton, you seconded that, right? Your hand went up. Yeah. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion carries.
And finally, under section 19, 19.6, two-part recommendation. First part, that CVRD bylaw number 4711, electoral area H, North Oyster Diamond zoning amendment bylaw, Manana Resort and Marina, 2026 be granted third reading.
I'll turn to Director Martin.
Thank you, and thank you for maybe a minute to allow me to speak to this, but I would move this. If I have a seconder, I'll speak.
I have a seconder, so you may continue.
Okay, thank you. So I made a little statement, but I don't like reading too much, but I think at its core, this is about land use. Well, in this case, water use, because it's a water lot. My role is to weigh the broader community interest alongside the concerns of nearby residents. And I've looked at the staff report, the advisory commission, both our parks and our advisory and planning commission visited on site. We had quite a turnout at the public hearing for those who remember that. And, when it comes down to it, I think I have to look that this marina has been in existence for many years, and that the current proposal, and I guess that's what I want to be clear about, is serves a wider public benefit. While concerns are raised by the neighbors, those need to be weighed against the overall appropriateness of the use. I think maybe on an emotional level, I side with the neighbors, because I've lived on the water where they put a marina in, and I know the impact of it, and I do truly understand, I believe, where they're coming from. But on the balance, and this is where I think it's hard as a director, because we all get these decisions, and there's no sort of in-between. I just believe the rezoning is in the community's interest, and I support its adoption. Thank you.
Any further comments? I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Prior to moving on, I do need a short break.
That was third reading and adoption.
That was the first reading. Can we do the adoption first?
Okay, we'll do the adoption too, if you wish. I mean, it's your meeting. Director Martin moves adoption, and Director McClinton seconds it, with Director Acton having some input.
Sorry I need to talk so much today, but I just think I support the director of the area, but also I just think it's actually a great opportunity for the community, and it's going to add a lot of improvements, so.
I'll turn to Director Abbott.
If we're finished on that one, I don't think we actually passed a motion to adopt 19.5. We did the first recommendation, which was third reading.
You are correct, so we'll go back to that, and you have moved it. Do I have a seconder?
No, we have to call the question. Yeah, call the question.
We have one on the floor first, so let's call it. I'm sure glad the chair showed up. All in favor? Oh, you're done. Now we'll go back to the adoption of yours, the water lot. Moved by Director Wortman, seconded by Director McClinton. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion carries. And with that, I will say we're on a 5-minute break. I cannot sit here any longer.
right, everybody, welcome back. Oh, point of order. Mr. Wilson, Director Wilson.
Welcome back again. I'm glad to see you here. Bring some
Can
common
I please
sense.
get quiet in the gallery? Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back. It's nice to see some common sense at the chair again. I'd just like to say that we'll give warning that I've run out of chocolate thanks to me sharing it around, so be careful what you say here.
Well, thank you very much for sharing, Mr. Wilson. Director Wilson, oh boy, I gotta get my boardroom language back in. Okay, so I just cruised in from the Chair CAO Forum in Victoria. Thank you so much to Vice Chair McGonigal for chairing in my stead, and I think it's the first time I've joined part of the meeting from my car en route with the rearrangement of the agenda. I'm really happy to hear all the great work that's been going around the table this morning, and I'm going to take the liberty of giving a quick chair's report because something really exciting happened today when we were addressed by Minister Josie Osborne, our Minister of Health. I went up to the microphone, I informed her of our transit issues with the new hospital, and I asked if she would join our advocacy with the Ministry of Transportation to increase funding to service the hospital, and she said yes. So I just wanted to share that. And so I think we're just about to finish off this agenda. Moving on to notices of motion. We have two, so I will just read them out. 22.1 from Director Martman regarding renaming of North Oyster Fire Hall. The following motion is to be considered at the May 27th, 2026 regular board meeting. Whereas the board recognizes the value of commemorating individuals who have made significant contributions to their communities, and whereas Mary Marcotte has made meaningful contributions to the Area H Diamond North Oyster community and the North Oyster Fire Department, therefore be it resolved that the board directs staff to report back with options, considerations, and implications associated with renaming the North Oyster Fire Hall as a dedication to Mary Marcotte, including any policy, financial, operational, and community impacts. So that will come up at the next board meeting. And then we have a second one, which will also be addressed at the May 27th, 2026 regular board meeting, that the CVRD bylaw number 4373, Cowichan Valley Regional District Official Community Plan for the Electoral Areas Bylaw, OCP, be repealed. Big month next month. And now, Mr. Roberts, we move to question period. Is that correct, unless we had any new business? All right, question period. So I'd welcome anyone to come on up to the podium with your question. I'll do my best to answer today, although you might have to bear with me. Come on up, Ms. Sansom. You know the drill. Push that button at the bottom of the mic. And
thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Quickly, a question about temporary use permits, not surprisingly. Wondering if it's possible to run the active applications concurrently with your consideration of the new TUP bylaw, so that they might be issued right after adoption, perhaps at the same meeting, if that's how the board wishes to proceed. But again, it is a little bit of a matter of urgency for my own client because I really need to hit the summer season, and I don't know if we're going to get there. But I understand why everything did what it did today, bigger picture, but I'm just making that one question, if that would be a possibility. I do believe that Mr. Buchan's written the report already, so it should be ready to go. Thank you for your time again.
thank you very much, and I think we've all heard loud and clear the importance of temporary use permits, and we will do our best. Welcome.
Hi, Lynn Smith from Saltaire. With the motion that was for 14.6, I was just wondering what the financial implications of staffing once, now that this has been ceased, and will staff be laid off during this period of cease of these massive documents. So I'm just wondering if you can advise me on the financial or budget changes for all of these changes that are going to occur under this cease.
So I can't speak to any labor-based changes, but I think any kind of financial impacts, changes to the budget will come forward in future reports.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Looking over to the corner, yeah, Ms. Kaufman, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Segal and fellow directors. With the proceedings today, has the board considered the disenfranchisement of the people that have been engaged so far and felt intimidated to either write or to come and speak before you?
Sorry, I thought initially you meant the disenfranchisement of those that are here. You're talking about the disenfranchisement of those that are not here.
That's correct, and the ones that have participated in the creation of the documents.
They were absolutely a part of my consideration, and I'd say it's also, we do have to consider all voices, and I think we need to create the spaces that are safe for everyone to feel welcome and be heard, and for us to make decisions collaboratively. And that was kind of the essence of what I was trying to put across in my comments.
Thank you for that. I will let you know that I did not feel safe today because I had an alternate.
Thank you for sharing.
Input for that. If 4373, the OCP that was adopted in October, is repealed, what do we go back to?
I don't know that answer. I need more information. Yeah.
If you, sorry, I know this is it's a sort of a two-part question. That my mind would go back to the harmonized OCP, but that would also require a harmonized zoning bylaw, would it not?
I think it would have to come at the direction of this board.
And just a final statement.